Evening to Australia and welcome back. Welcome to day 5, our final day of Deafblind International's webinar, Living with Deafblindness in a New Reality. This has been quite the week. I'm still quite overwhelmed with all the information that people have been sharing. It's been a wonderful, wonderful event, and I can't wait for day 5. So let's get started right away. I want to start out by thanking various people, especially those that give us money, starting out by Deafblind International, our overall host for the event, the Quebec Vision Research Network from Canada, and TANE, Schweizerische Stiftung für Taubblinde in Switzerland, for a grant to support our international sign language interpretation. You've seen already that in one of our screens, we have Lear, who is going to interpret for part of the day, and she is joined by Tina, who is our second interpreter for the day today. I also want to thank the members of the organizing team and scientific committee, all volunteering to put this event together. I want to say thank you to Frank Kat, who is the president of Deafblind International at St. Lucas in the Netherlands, Mirko Bauer at TANE in Switzerland, Jude Nicholas at Statped Haukeland University Hospital in Bergen in Norway, Saskia Damen at the University of Groningen in the Netherlands, Michelle Borton at Sensity in Canada, and I'm going to say thank you to myself. I am Walter Wittich, and I am the chair of the Deafblind International Research Network. We've had over 3,700 people registrations for this week. This translates into around 450 people that are attending our event this week. So this is one of the largest events that Deafblind International has ever organized. We're very excited about that. So to get started, a little bit of house cleaning, things you need to know. If this is your first session this morning, you will have noticed that your camera and your microphone are muted. That is so we can concentrate on the presenters and on the content that they are going to present to us today. We've been getting better all week with our little technical glitches. We still have much to learn, but it's getting a little bit better every single day. So if things go wrong here and there, don't worry about it. We will figure it out. We've been trying strongly to make the event as accessible as possible, but you will see that we don't have live captioning. We tried to raise money, we tried to find volunteers, and it did not work out. But we are going to try that for next time, try harder. But we did manage to get our international sign language interpretation. If this is what you are interested in, you can go to the speaker view at the top right corner of your options, and you can choose the side-by-side view. This will allow you to make the image of the interpreter a little bit larger. For all speakers, I would like to remind you to speak at a good speed, not too fast, not too slow, so the interpreters can catch up with you. It is also because of the interpreters that I would like to remind everybody to stick to their 45-minute limit, so the interpreters can have a 15-minute break in between. If you're new to Zoom, there are some instructions and resources on the webpage of Deafblind International. You will see that most of our presentations have two presenters. The reason is that we encourage everybody to use the chat function in Zoom and to add comments and questions during and after the presentation. So at least one of the presenter will have a keen eye on the comments of what is going on in the chat and will then answer directly or will bring these questions to the speaker. So please be active in the chat. Our sessions are being recorded. So in case you're missing something today, you will always be able to go back, and the recordings will be available through a link on the website of Deafblind International very soon. I actually saw this morning that the Monday recordings are already up. The other ones will come very soon. If you are on social media, I encourage you to tell the world about our event. Deaf Blind Awareness Week is coming to an end, so let everybody know what we've been doing. Specifically, you're on Twitter. I encourage you to use the hashtag DbI webinar and to tag Deafblind International at DbI_connect. All right, but enough about me and my event here today. Let's move on to our very first speaker, and I believe that we are going to Europe. The lovely Moa Wahlqvist and Linda Eriksson are first on the menu today. Ladies, the next 45 minutes are yours. You have control over the screen and the microphone. Go ahead.
Thank you, Walter. Then we'll get started. See if Linda comes in as well. Yes, and I will share my screen.
Excellent, works perfectly well.
Good, then we're good to go. So we'll start off by thanking the organization committee and the scientific committee for giving us the possibility to present some of the thoughts and reflections from people in Sweden living with deafblindness on their everyday life and access to information in the COVID-19 pandemic. So from March up until today, in Sweden, 63,890 individuals have been identified with COVID-19. 2,401 have received intensive care in hospital, and 5,230 have deceased. And the number comes from the Public Health Agency of Sweden. They were published yesterday. So, my name is Moa Wahlqvist. I work as a coordinator at the Swedish National Resource Center for Deafblindness. And I also work as a researcher at the Audiological Research Center at Örebro University. Linda, do you want to introduce yourself?
Yes, I will. So, hey everyone, I am Linda, and I work also at the National Research Center for Deafblindness in Sweden, and I work there as a pedagogue. I'm also a board member of the Swedish Association of the Swedish Deafblind. And I'm living with deafblindness, and with me I have two interpreters, and they are close to me, signing tactile to me, and I have one of them off, so to speak, screen, and she's speaking, I'm signing into English. Mwah.
Thank you, Linda. Then we go to the next picture. So what we wanted to do was to give voice to adults with deafblindness living in Sweden and their experiences of the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on their everyday life and the possibilities to take part of information from the authorities. So, in contact with the Swedish Association for the Deafblind, we got names to individuals with deafblindness, and we sent an email to them asking them if they wanted to write something about their thoughts. Next slide. 6 participants, all women with acquired deafblindness, have shared, and that is what we will present here today. They have different conditions that cause their deafblindness, and they also use different communication modalities: spoken language, visual sign language, or tactile sign language. They also live have different marital status. Some of them live by themselves, have grown-up children and grandchildren. Some live in a family with smaller children or with a partner. And they come from different parts of Sweden. Next slide. So we posed 2 questions to them. How have everyday life changed during the pandemic? And what about information from the authorities? We asked them to share their reflections by email, on WhatsApp, or by a video conference system. I've interviewed a couple of them through Skype. So different ways to share their experiences. As we go along, Linda will add her reflections that she has made during this period, together with reflections from the Swedish Association for Deafblindness, or for the deafblind. So Linda, I give the word to you.
Yeah, thank you. So now this is Linda talking, and I'm going to present some of the quotations that the respondees or the participants have been given us. But I'm also going to mention a bit of comments on my part, maybe my own experiences of this, and what I have myself seen, and what other people have mentioned during this in social media and within the deafblind organizations. So these quotes are just some of the different statements that's been given. And the first one that I'm going to talk about now is about worry. And one of the participants said, "A concern for the future lies as a filter on my thoughts and actions. What will happen with my economy if the pandemic lasts a long time? What will happen to my life? Will I have a lower income? Will I be able to stay where I live now, or will I have to move? And what happens if I get sick? If I get COVID-19, will I be able to hear what people in this space like costumes say in healthcare? These are the thoughts that were more evident in the beginning, but has now fallen away. But my concerns and thoughts are always there. End of quotation. So I think that all people have these thoughts in this pandemic time, but the concerns by people with deafblindness are more complex due to the fact that deafblindness causes difficulties with communication. With also information and orientation. The quotation that I just read out is from a woman that communicates with her speech. But there are also other persons who communicate with sign language, who wonder and worry about whether they will get, maybe if they will get an interpreter, if they sicken in COVID-19. Yes, I'm going to ask you to change to the next slide, please.
And on this slide, we have a black screen. We will now show you a short film. On the film, we will see Annemai, who will tell us about how COVID-19 affected her working life. Annemai is signing in Swedish, and there is an interpreter who will speak in English. And I know Annemai is taking part of today's presentation. So now we will listen to Annemai.
My name is Annemai. I'm deaf-blind and I have Usher syndrome type 1. I'm a signer since early childhood. I have some sight left but communicate with tactile sign language. I can read magnified text with inverted colors and I'm learning Braille, but haven't switched to it completely yet. I work part-time as a teacher, teaching deaf-blind interpreting. I teach at the interpreter training year 1 to 4. I work mornings and in the classroom I lead theoretical as well as practical exercises. This means that I have a lot of interactions with my students and colleagues using tactile sign language. On March 17, due to the corona outbreak, my employer decided we had to start teaching remotely online as well as in the classroom, since we're having some students living at the school. I wondered how this would affect me. How could I teach tactile sign language and at the same time limit the number of people I interact with? Typing and signing. But what about interpreting? Well, I decided to always book the same 3 interpreters, both at work and outside work. This was accepted by both the interpreter agency and the interpreter coordinator at the school. They understood my needs and so far it has worked just fine. Teaching this way exhausts me, but I know, and I keep my fingers crossed, that this will be over soon. Well, those are the changes I've made, and it has meant limiting the number of people I meet a lot. From meeting about 3 to 5 persons a day to 3 to 5 persons a week at my job.
Thank you, Anne-Maj. And then we'll go to the next slide. I just want to add that, Walter, I can't see the chat for the moment. So if there is something, could you please help me?
No worries, we'll keep you informed.
Thank you. Linda.
Yes. So on this slide, there's a quote, and it is regarding the usage of guides, of interpreters and personal assistants. And one of the participants said, I'm quoting, "In the beginning of the pandemic, I was totally isolated for about a month because there was no guide to accompany me. But then the weather was getting warmer and I was less afraid and I could use my guide again. How I solved the distancing. I have several white canes. So my guide could drag me, so to speak, for the walk and also give me signs and signals of obstacles on the way." So, end of quotation. This is another person then, and she is mentioning and telling us about the situation in her life and her feelings of using personal assistance. And she said that it's like playing Russian roulette. You know, you're not knowing who's coming and where they have been before and so on. And the worry that that brings to her. So here in Sweden, the local and regional authorities are responsible for the support services such as deafblind interpreters, guides, and personal assistants. And during the pandemic time, the differences between different parts of the country have become much clearer. In some parts of Sweden, deafblind interpreters are offered only for healthcare, which would have meant, for example, that I would not get interpreters for this webinar and this presentation today. However, in other parts of Sweden, when there has been a possibility to save the hours that the person has been granted for guides or personal assistance, but not using, so you can save those hours. But however, there's only been possible to save them for a limited time. So there are variations.
To add to that, Linda, the services in Sweden who are to support people with deafblindness, they have also changed their way of working during the pandemic, not being able to meet physically. Professionals have, together with persons themselves, found ways to still be in contact. This means that they have made exceptions from the usual and instead using digital solutions, text messaging, special encrypted apps, and so on. This is not the usual way to do it because of restrictions from the GDPR and so on. One psychologist working at a deafblind team in Sweden, Matthias, he wrote an article where he encouraged professionals to take initiatives that they maybe usually don't do. And this article was published on the website of the National Resource Center for Deafblindness and has spread to a lot of professionals around the country. And then we go to the next slide.
Yes, this is Linda talking again. This next slide has the title, or is regarding how how people received and took part of information. And one person said, "The information from the authorities has been okay. I get information with postal services in Braille. I have received a lot of information from social media. But it's difficult to follow the broadcasting on TV. They are interpreted into sign language, but I actually need subtitles, captions to understand what is new. The interpreters also stand a bit behind and the screen is too small. It's not good." End of quotation.
And then we go to the next slide. Okay, Linda?
Yes. Yes, please, next slide. This one is also a quote. And one of the women said, "I feel secure in my languages. And I can find information if I need it. This is thanks to that I had the opportunity to go to school and to continue to study at the university. I can seek information, I can read it, and I can also be critical and think critically to sources. But regarding that, not everyone can." And this is my comment. It's just like that. There's an incredible amount of information. No one is able to take part of everything. And not all persons with deafblindness have possibility to take part of and understand important and relevant information, or even to be critical of sources. Some persons don't know that there is information in Braille. And others who communicate by tactile sign language need interpreters to follow the broadcasting on TV. But also now, back to the differences between different parts of Sweden. Some persons get an interpreter and other persons don't get interpreters, depending on where you are living in Sweden.
And just to add to that, when we talked to the deafblind organization in Sweden, they told us, because of this, that there is a lot of information around and it can be difficult to sort out what is the most crucial information to get. What do I need to know? The deafblind organization in Sweden, they have managed to address questions from the members directly to the Public Health Agency of Sweden. And these answers from the agency, they will be published in the next number of their organization paper. But it was not easy for the Public Health Agency to answer some of the questions, lacking knowledge of the target group of people with deafblindness and the special communication needed using tactile communication. This was a challenge for them. Going to the next slide.
Yes. On this next slide is the theme is how the everyday life has been affected by the pandemic. And I'm quoting one of the persons. My social contact with the outside world takes place through my computer, email, e-shopping, Skype, or FaceTime. Another person said, this slower pace in society gives me time to breathe and be present here and now. Yet another person said, there's been no activities or meetings in the Deafblind local association for 3 months. People are afraid and is isolated. So, in the beginning of this pandemic time, well then, there were some persons with deafblindness who said, yes, now all the other people get to experience the isolation that we live in every day. But the fact is that a couple of months later, what happened? Well, many people with persons with deafblindness are even more isolated than ever. But at the same time, some persons find it easier to be part of society due to the slower pace. And gives them a richer opportunity to keep up with the society as everyone else, although they have deafblindness. Thank you.
So then we go to the next slide, and here we will meet Annemai again, talking about family and everyday living.
My name is Annemai. I have Usher syndrome and I'm a signer since childhood, now a tactile signer. I'm going to talk a bit about my family and friends and how the corona outbreak has affected my life. Before corona, I spent a lot of time with my family, also remotely, since 2 of our 3 daughters lives in other cities. Our middle daughter lives with us. My husband is deaf and works as a teacher and as a deaf interpreter. We work at the same place where I teach students in deaf-blind interpreting. Our middle daughter works at a nursing home for elderly with dementia. And when the recommendations to limit our interactions with others was decided, we all did so, like everyone else. But I have thought a lot about this since I use tactile sign language. What if I get corona? Does that mean that my family has to stay home? Or the other way around, do I have to stay home if someone in my family falls ill? I could probably manage most things, but a problem would be that I can't see visual sign language very well. Anyway, I decided to work and teach remotely from home. And I have drastically reduced the numbers of friends I meet. Now I only see 2 or 3 good friends. They are also interpreters and colleagues, which is good since I can't meet a lot of people. Some of my friends I keep in close touch with remotely. Some I lost contact with. But it's understandable since it takes a lot of energy standing in touch with a lot of people. I only hope this situation is temporal because the social restrictions really affects me, not only because of my deafblindness. One thing I've noticed is that now everyone is in the same situation as me. Many people say the social restrictions are so hard, and I say to them, yes, welcome to our world. But sure, I can see that we are all affected by it.
So, and that brings us to the end of this presentation. And we thank you for the attention. And I will stop sharing my screen for a moment so I can see if there are some comments in the chat that we could address. There is one question here. Maybe you could answer that, Linda.
Yes.
It's about regular Zoom meetings with deafblind community, social Zoom like Zoom opportunities and so on. Do you know anything about that?
Well, well, yes, some. So at some points we have been using Zoom. It's our youth organization that have been, well, youth with deafblindness. They have started, for example, their assembly, they did that on Zoom, for instance. But we are more using email to write to each other and communicate through written language. And we also have a Facebook group that every member of our association could attend. It's not new. We have had it from earlier. So that's the more that Facebook group has become more important now during the corona pandemic. If that is the answer to the question.
And there, I think we included one more question about deafblindness in people creating their own chat rooms, and so on. There is also a question to this quote about the person using the cane to go out, where the guide was dragging her along. How did the guide communicate obstacles along the way or along the path? So that was a challenge. She couldn't get so much, but they had worked out the system with the cane, so she knew a little bit. But it required, she told me, that they were walking in the city or on a good street, so to say. It would have been more difficult to take a walk in the forest. Linda, there is a, yeah.
Yes, I think that they had agreed before on different signals that they were going to use. If I do this, then you have to do that, for instance. So, yeah. I think they were communicating through different. I think she was communicating through speech. So, or I think she might have a loop or something with her. So I think that was how they communicated with speech as well. So just to add to that more.
Yeah, I know that she was deaf, Linda. So, but they had figured out the system. Anyway, there's another question here. I'm curious about how easy or difficult it is for individuals with deafblindness to participate in activities such as this conference. Can Linda or someone describe how this has worked for them?
Yes, me, Linda, I can say it. Anne-Maj, as you saw during these two films in our presentation, she's also participating today, and she actually has interpreters exactly as I have today in the room with her. But there is another person that we have been interviewing that also is in this webinar today with us, and she has been participating in many webinars during this week. I know that, and she has actually got some sites left. So she's watching the international interpreters and reading what they are saying. So they are doing an excellent job, I must add. So we are communicating and participating in different ways. And here in Sweden, it's actually depending on where I live, whether I get an interpreter or not. Some places they only get interpreters for healthcare, and they wouldn't be able to participate in a webinar like this. So I don't know how they would solve it. I don't think they can.
Well, if you allow me to add one observation, as the host of the event, I found it very fascinating that every single day this week, we have had at least two people that are living with deafblindness as presenters. And to me, that's a very valuable piece of the webinar, that we're not just talking about people with deafblindness, but that many people with deafblindness are part of the source of the information.
Yes, that is so true. Linda, there is a question here to you or to us, but I give it to you. Can you talk more about the hours that people get for services? It sounds like there is a cap or limit on the amount of time or number of hours that are allowed for access using interpreters or interveners.
Oh yes, well, when it comes to interpreting and interpreters, there's no limiting. You can use as many hours that you want in Sweden. But what we have now is, with the pandemic, is that there's a limitation in what kind of situation you will get interpretation to. So it depends on what the authorities that I live in my community or in my region has decided. Well, when it comes to guides and personal assistance in your everyday, with deafblindness, I have to do an application to the local authorities, to the municipality, and they will be the judges, so to speak, on if and on how many hours I will get. So my needs are the guides or the guidelines for how many hours I will be given every week or granted every week. Maybe I will get 24 hours a day because I have very substantial needs, and maybe I have more disabilities than just deafblindness. So that depends on how many hours you will be given, and some now have been given the possibilities, I said, to save these hours that I haven't been using, maybe 5 hours a week or something, just to, because of that the pandemic has given me not the possibilities to use them. So I have to save them for later, maybe during this year I have to use them. I don't know, it's been different in different in different parts of Sweden, but some people just don't use them, and that some people cannot save them due to the system in that part of Sweden.
Linda, we're soon out of time, but there is one last question. There has been a lot of activity in the chat, but here is one last one. Is there anything from the situation with COVID-19 that have had a positive effect on your life?
Oh, well, as I said, that was one positive thing that I have mentioned already in the quote, that one person, the woman that said that the lower pace in society has given me given me the opportunity as a person with deafblindness to keep up and take part of the information. So that's the positive thing that we found in our little research. But for me personally, I think the positive thing has been that we have to be rich in our imagination. We have to be creative. We have to solve problems. We see problems being solved that been created through the pandemics, and I think that's very useful for the future to take with us. We can create new solutions. We have to listen to everything that's been said on this webinars, workshops. It's been very, very clear to me that we are very creative and we can solve things.
I could not imagine a better way to finalize your presentation. Thank you, Linda. Thank you, Moa, for all your information and for your time. It's a beautifully generous presentation. I wish you a wonderful day in Sweden. And I'm going to hand things over into our break to give our interpreters their 15-minute pause. We will see everybody back here in 15 minutes on the full hour.
Thank you. Bye.
Hej då, bye bye.
Hello, everybody. And thank you for joining us again for our next session. Let me just do a bit of house cleaning items first. To remind everybody, we are recording our sessions and we hope to have all the links on the website of DbI International very soon. In case you miss anything during the presentations now, we will have an opportunity for you to catch up and look up anything you may have missed. I also just confirmed we will probably be able to post the chat information itself. So that's also going to be interesting. We've tried our best to make the event as accessible as possible, but you will have noticed that we do not have live captioning. Since this is a volunteer event, we've not been able to raise enough money or find volunteers to offer it this time, but we're working on that for our next event. We do, however, have sign language interpretation. So I say thank you to our 2 international sign language interpreters who are active in one of the screen windows that you have. For if you are interested in having that image as a little bit larger, you can go to the top right corner of your display and select the speaker view, which will give you a shared slide option where you can have a larger version of the image. You have control over how large you would like to make the image. I would like to remind our speakers to stick to our 45-minute time limit. That is because we try to give our interpreters their well-deserved 15-minute break in between the presentations. Just for the rules of engagement, you will have realized that if you are new to the session, your camera and your microphone are both turned off. That is intended for us to be able to focus on the presenter and the information that they are providing to us today. If you're new to Zoom, there are some Zoom instructions available on the website of Deafblind International. You will notice that most of our presentations have 2 presenters. That is because we encourage everybody to use the chat option as much as possible to give us feedback and to ask questions. This way, one of the presenters can always have a keen eye on what is going on in the chat and prepare responses and answer your questions. If you're on social media, I encourage you to tell the world about what we're doing this week and raise more awareness during Deafblind Awareness Week. If you're on Twitter specifically, I encourage you to use the hashtag DbI webinar and to tag Deafblind International at DbI_connect. All right, enough about my housekeeping. Over to our next presenters. I found this actually very exciting this week that we have multiple presentations that are bilingual. And I believe our next presentation is another example of that, that will be in both Spanish and English. And I will hand over things to Jose Dario Rendon Nieblas and his English translator, Marta Elena Ramirez Moguel. The next 4 to 5 minutes are yours. Go ahead.
Just to clarify, Yvette Gallegos is the interpreter from Spanish to English.
Excellent, thank you.
Estamos listos para empezar, Darío.
Un seminario web. Okay. Configuración de silenciar. Actualmente no silenciado. Alt más a botón.
Estás en mute, Darío.
Sí.
¿Ya?
Listo. Sí, ahora te escuchamos. Listo.
Buenos días.
Good morning.
Me da mucho gusto de compartir con ustedes.
I'm very glad to share with you this morning.
Mi nombre es José Darío.
My name is José Darío.
Soy profesor especialista en problemas de aprendizaje.
I'm a special education teacher in learning disabilities.
No veo y escucho solo por el oído derecho con un implante coclear.
I can't see and I can just listen with my left ear because of a cochlear implant.
Me acompañan la maestra Yvette en la traducción.
Here with me it's Yvette in the translation.
Y la maestra Marta Elena en el chat y el PowerPoint.
And Magdalena in holding the chat and taking care of the PowerPoint.
Vamos a hablar acerca de algunas recomendaciones.
We're going to talk about some recommendations
para prevenir enfermedades infecciosas del aparato respiratorio.
To prevent and treat respiratory tract infections.
En personas sordociegas y quienes se relacionan con ellas.
In people with deafblindness and the people that relate with them.
Y qué hacer en caso de contagio.
And what do you need to do in case that you get sick?
Siguiente diapositiva, por favor. ¿Por qué escribí recomendaciones?
Why did I write these recommendations?
Sí. Bueno, sucede que yo me vi en la necesidad y con la inspiración de escribir recomendaciones.
I saw myself in this situation.
A partir de la solicitud de preguntas, a partir de preguntas de personas sordociegas que preguntó dudas en un grupo de WhatsApp.
Because a lot of people that I know that are deafblind ask me a lot of questions in some WhatsApp chats that we share.
Y también por solicitud de colaboración a todos los miembros de la Federación Latinoamericana de Sordociegos.
And also some members of the Latin American Federation of Deafblindness asked me to be engaged in this situation.
Por parte de su presidenta.
This requirement came from the president of Flask.
Para elaborar un documento.
She asked me to write a document.
Y también a petición de Perkins México.
And also Perkins Mexico approached to me to try to do something about this.
También para colaborar en la elaboración de otros documentos.
I work with them as well, elaborating different documents.
Por otra parte, yo soy miembro del equipo de redacción del boletín informativo de la mencionada federación.
I need to tell you that I'm also part of the editorial team of this association called FLASK, that is the Latin American Association for People for Deafblindness.
Y en un momento dado fue considerado importante que se publicara sobre COVID-19.
And at some point we decided that it was very important to publish information about COVID-19.
Siguiente. Bueno, ahora veamos cómo hice para escribir recomendaciones.
Now we're going to talk about what did I do to write these recommendations.
Al principio yo no tenía intención de escribir.
At the beginning, I was not interested in writing.
Me informé sobre la COVID-19.
When I began to get information about COVID-19,
y entendí que los cuidados eran semejantes a los de la influenza por H1N1.
and I understood that the care of COVID-19 was similar to that of the H1N1 influenza.
Cuando tuvimos la epidemia de influenza en el año 2009, no publicamos acerca de esto en el boletín.
In 2009, when we had the pandemic in Mexico of this type of influenza, we didn't write any recommendations about it.
Pero después vimos que la presente pandemia se complicó más que la de influenza.
Through this time of pandemic, we've realized that this pandemic has been much more complicated than the one from the influenza.
Empezaron a circular mensajes de varias organizaciones de personas con discapacidad.
We saw that different organizations began to circulate different information about this issue.
Recibí las mencionadas dudas y las peticiones de colaboración.
I received the doubts and the petition for me to collaborate.
Y entonces empecé a escribir.
And then that's when I began to write.
Analicé la información realizada por organizaciones de personas con discapacidad visual.
I made an analysis that came from information from institutions and organizations that work with visually impaired people,
de instituciones de salud
some health organizations,
y de organizaciones de personas con sordoceguera.
and also included organizations for people with deafblindness.
No me limité a estas últimas porque eran más bien recomendaciones para gobiernos.
I didn't just get information for the organizations for people with deafblindness because a lot of that information was referred directly to the government.
Era necesario publicar también sobre recomendaciones para la vida diaria para las personas sordociegas y quienes se relacionan con ellas.
We thought that it was important to put together information, not just for the government, but for the people with deafblindness and the people that are close to them.
Entonces, con esta información y a partir de mi experiencia fue como escribí.
Then, gathering all this information and coming from my personal experiences as well, it's how this document came out.
Yo nací sin ver y perdí el oído poco a poco.
I was born without sight and I lost my hearing little by little.
Y por un tiempo fui persona sordociega total que se comunicaba, bueno, la gente se comunicaba conmigo con métodos alternativos.
And at some point in my life, I was completely deafblind. And the communication method that I used at that time was diverse. There were different methods that they used to communicate with me.
Y ahora escucho de nuevo con un implante coclear.
And now I can listen again with a cochlear implant.
Entonces tengo experiencia como persona sordociega total y parcial.
So I can share my experience as both, as a person with totally deaf blindness and as a person who can listen a little bit at the moment.
Y por supuesto también me ha servido la relación con compañeros y compañeras sordociegos.
For me, it's very important the relationship I have with friends and peers that are deafblind.
Siguiente. Veamos ahora un resumen sobre información acerca de la COVID-19.
Now we're going to talk about some information about COVID-19.
La COVID-19 es una enfermedad producida por el virus SARS-CoV-2.
COVID-19 is a disease caused by the SARS-CoV-2 virus,
que pertenece a la familia de los coronavirus.
which belongs to the coronavirus family.
Modo de voz desactivado.
Estas se llaman así porque tienen protuberancias o puntitos que en conjunto parecen una corona.
To the side, it looks like a crown.
La enfermedad se transmite por la boca, nariz y ojos.
COVID-19 is transmitted through the mouth, nose, and eyes,
Y afecta principalmente a los pulmones.
and mainly affects the lungs.
Sus principales síntomas son tos seca, fiebre y dificultad para respirar.
Its main symptoms are dry cough, fever, and shortness of breath.
Este es un resumen de la información que podemos encontrar en fuentes de salud oficiales.
This is a small part or a resume that we can find in health services information.
Hay que saber detectar la información práctica para lo que necesitamos.
We need to know how to find the important information to actually use it.
En este caso, se trata de cómo cuidarnos.
In this case, the most important part is to know how do we take care of ourselves.
Entonces, el dato más práctico es cómo se transmite la enfermedad a través de nariz, boca y ojos.
Then the most practical information is how does this COVID-19 get transmitted?
Siguiente. Aquí tenemos recomendaciones de organizaciones de personas con discapacidad visual y de instituciones de salud.
Here we have some recommendations made by the visually impaired organizations and health services.
Una es lavarse las manos con agua y jabón o usar gel antibacterial con al menos 60% de alcohol.
The first one is wash your hands with soap or gel sanitizer that at least have 60% of alcohol in it.
Es muy importante porque las personas que no vemos constantemente estamos tocando objetos.
It is very important because the people that are blind like me, we are constantly touching objects.
Otra recomendación, al toser o estornudar, cubrirse la boca y nariz con el codo flexionado o usar un pañuelo o tapaboca.
Another important recommendation is when coughing or sneezing, cover your mouth and nose with your elbow flexed or use a tissue or a face mask.
Evitar en lo posible, otra recomendación, evitar en lo posible tocarse los ojos, nariz y boca.
Another recommendation is, if possible, avoid touching your eyes, nose, and mouth.
Bueno, podemos estar conscientes de lo que hacemos. Hay que estar conscientes de lo que hacemos.
It's very important to be aware of what we're doing.
Sabemos lo que tocamos y cómo podríamos traer las manos.
It's very important to be aware of what are we touching and then how our hand stays after touching that thing.
Podemos saber cuándo es menos conveniente tocarse la cara.
Now we need to be aware on when it's not very convenient to touch our faces.
Y hay que tener en cuenta también que cuando traemos gel nos pueden arder los ojos.
And we need to realize that if we have gel sanitizer in our hands and we touch our eyes, we can feel some itch in them.
Siguiente. Ahora, recomendaciones solo de personas, perdón, solo de organizaciones de personas con discapacidad visual.
And here are some recommendations that I found in made by some organizations for the visually impaired.
Una es no plegar el bastón sobre las mesas.
One very important is do not put folded canes on top of the tables.
El bastón blanco se arrastra por el piso para detectar objetos y puede contener residuos que podrían contaminar los alimentos.
Our canes are used on the floor to help us, and then if we fold it and put it on the table, we can maybe contaminate the food or the things that are on the table.
Otra recomendación, evitar lugares de mucha afluencia de gente.
Also, we need to avoid crowded places.
Esto es porque no siempre sabemos la distancia entre las personas, ¿verdad?
This is because we don't know how far apart we are from each other.
Otra recomendación, tener un kit de aseo con gel antibacterial, jabón líquido, pañuelos faciales y toallas desechables para las manos.
Another recommendation is to carry with you a pouch with antibacterial gel, liquid soap, facial tissues, and disposable hand towels.
Siguiente. Continuamos con recomendaciones de organizaciones de personas con discapacidad visual con algunas pequeñas adaptaciones mías.
And now we're going to talk about some recommendations made by visually impaired organizations that have some contributions made by me.
Limpiar y desinfectar objetos de uso personal.
Clean and disinfect personal items.
Material braille, el reloj,
Could be braille, writing material, your watch,
el celular, el bastón, la cadena o correa del perro guía y la silla de ruedas.
your cell phone, cane, guide, your dog chain or leash, and a wheelchair.
Y para desinfectar podemos usar algodón y alcohol.
To disinfect those, you can use some cotton and some alcohol.
Otra recomendación, no intercambiar documentos en braille.
Another important recommendation is do not share documents in Braille.
Porque para leer pasamos las manos por ellos constantemente.
Because when we're reading, we put our hands through the document all the time.
Pero si es urgente recibir papel escrito de otras personas, hay que lavarse las manos después de usarlo.
If it really is necessary to share your document, you need to wash your hands after using it.
Si hemos leído mucho tiempo y no debemos mojarnos, podemos usar gel antibacterial.
If we're reading for too much time or we're going to continue doing that, you can maybe use gel sanitizer rather than water and soap.
Y por supuesto, no tocarse la cara mientras leemos.
And of course, don't touch your face during reading time.
Siguiente. Anotar teléfonos de emergencia y de su médico.
Another recommendation is to save on your cell phone and in paper and major emergency numbers, including your doctors.
Es bueno tener esto tanto en el teléfono como en papel.
I think it's important to say it twice. It's important for the person to have this information in paper and in your cell phone.
Por si falla un dispositivo, está en el otro.
Because sometimes our cell phones cannot be working properly, and then you have a backup.
Otra recomendación, no se alarme ante síntomas.
Another recommendation is don't be alarmed by symptoms.
Se puede tratar de otra enfermedad.
Because it could very well be another sickness.
Quédese en casa y solicite atención médica.
Stay home and seek medical attention.
Siguiente. Ahora van recomendaciones redactadas por mí.
And now we're going to talk about contributions made by me.
Una, no tocarse la cara al comunicarse con las manos, hasta lavarlas.
The first one is do not touch your face after communicating hand by hand until wash them.
Esta es, por supuesto, por las personas sordociegas que usan métodos de comunicación con las manos.
This is mainly because some people with deafblindness communicate hand in hand.
Otra recomendación, usar cubreboca al comunicarse y al guiar.
Another one is to use face mask when communicating or guiding a person.
Por supuesto, en nuestra casa, si sabemos muy bien que nuestra familia no está contagiada,
If we're at home and we know for sure that our family is not sick,
pues no pasa nada, no se necesita el cubreboca.
then it's okay not using a face mask.
Pero si no estamos seguros o cuando estamos con personas que no sabemos si están infectadas, pues hay que usarlo.
But if we're not sure about the people that we are having relationship with, it's better to use a face mask.
Y siempre hay que usarlo al salir a la calle.
And we always have to use this when you go out to the street.
Otra recomendación, Es muy importante tener las manos limpias al usar el método Tadoma.
And it's very important to have clean hands when you use Tadoma method.
Y desinfectarse después de la comunicación si no sabemos si la persona está infectada.
And disinfect yourself after the communication because we don't know if the person could have the virus.
Me refiero al interlocutor.
I'm talking about the interpreter.
En caso de contagio o sospecha, es otra recomendación en caso de contagio o sospecha.
In case you suspect you have the disease,
hay que continuar con la comunicación porque la persona sordociega tiene derecho a seguir comunicada.
it's important for us to realize that the person with deaf blindness needs to continue communicating.
Pero hay que extremar precauciones como el uso de cubreboca y la desinfección de manos.
And at this moment, it's for extreme importance that that both have a lot of safety in between them.
Y el lugar hacia donde se estornuda, hay que cubrirse también.
And if they are sneezing, you need to cover, as well as we said before, cover your face with the inside part of your arm.
Si es posible, hay que evitar usar el método Tadoma.
If it's possible not to use the Tadoma method, that would be a great option.
Si no es posible, pues hay que tener muchas precauciones con las manos y los objetos que se tocan durante la comunicación.
But if it's not possible, we need to be very careful with our hands and with the objects that are being touched during the communication process.
Siguiente. Ahora veamos recomendaciones de organizaciones de personas sordociegas.
Now we're going to talk about recommendations made by organizations for people with deaf blindness.
Portar una tarjeta que indique la discapacidad para que sirva de orientación en caso de urgencia.
Carry with you at all times an ID card indicating the disability of the person.
Bueno, está claro, ¿no? Otra recomendación, ante hospitalización, proporcionar guía intérprete.
In case of hospitalization, one recommendation could be that really try as possible to have an interpreter.
Si no hay, entonces explicar la forma de comunicación al personal del hospital.
If this is not possible, it is important to communicate to the people that work in the health service institution. How does the person communicate?
O permitir el acceso a cualquier sala al acompañante.
Or give access to the interpreter or family member to the hospital with the person that is sick.
Hay que proporcionar al asistente o guía intérprete el mismo material de protección del personal médico y de enfermería.
And if this happens, the interpreter needs the same personal protection equipment that the medical staff.
Estas son todas las recomendaciones que escribí y recopilé.
These are all the recommendations that I put it together.
Como les decía en un principio,
As I told you at the beginning,
colaboré con Perkins México junto con mi hermana.
I've been working with Perkins, Mexico, and close to my sister as well.
Y ahora Perkins y otras dos instituciones de educación para personas sordociegas de México
And at this moment, Perkins and 2 different organizations in Mexico
han elaborado y están por difundir un muy buen material
they have elaborated in collaboration, making some leaflets and information, and they are almost going to release this work
para padres de familia y para personal de hospital.
This information it's targeted to give information to family members and to people that work in hospitals and health organizations.
Se han tomado en cuenta estas recomendaciones y otras muy importantes.
This leaflet has a lot of important information. That information some of that information comes from these recommendations and also from other institutions' recommendations.
Como es ampliar lo que se refiere a la tarjeta que debe portar la persona sordociega.
One of the specific points that this information leaflet has is it talks about the information that needs to be in the card, meaning the ID card that you need to carry with you.
Sí. En las infografías de estas instituciones se orienta a las familias para elaborar la tarjeta.
This leaflet goes or talks to the family that needs to write this card.
Y con datos muy útiles para el personal del hospital.
And this card needs to have very important information that would be useful for the people that works in hospitals and health services.
Y también se ha hecho una infografía para el personal del hospital.
And also a infography has been made for the people that work in hospitals.
Esperamos que pronto se pueda difundir a través de las instituciones gubernamentales de personas con discapacidad, salud y educación.
We're hoping that this information will be handled very quickly to all the services that would benefit from it.
Sería muy útil no solo para esta pandemia, sino para cualquier caso de hospitalización de personas sordociegas y con discapacidad múltiple.
We know, otra vez, Darío, perdón.
Sería muy útil no solamente para este momento de pandemia.
Okay, this information would be very useful not just for this pandemic time,
sino para cualquier caso de hospitalización de personas sordociegas o con discapacidad múltiple.
but it will be useful for any sickness that a person with multiple disabilities could have.
Así es que felicidades y muchas gracias y adelante.
So congratulations. Thank you very much for listening to me, and we need to keep walking forward.
Siguiente. Y por supuesto, para terminar, hay que recordar que debemos alimentarnos sanamente y hacer ejercicio.
And of course, we need to finish with this one. We need to make exercise and eat healthy.
Siguiente. Les dejamos nuestros datos de contacto para si quieren comunicarse con nosotros.
I leave you our information if you want to get in contact with us.
Mi correo electrónico es lic.dario@gmail.com.
My email is lic.dario@gmail.com.
de Marta Elena Ramírez, representante de Perkins, México. martaelena.ramirez@perkins.org.
The email for Marta Elena Ramirez, that she's the person that represents Perkins International in Mexico. Her email is martaelena.ramirez@perkins.org.
Y de Ivette, la que está traduciendo, perdón, no me sé la dirección.
And for Yvette, that is the person that is making the translation, it's YvetteGallegosB@gmail.com.
Bueno, es que recién la conocí, no la he anotado.
I just met her, so that's what I don't know her email.
Bueno, ahora sí, espero preguntas y hay por ahí. Gracias por su atención.
Thank you very much for your attention, and I can wait for some questions.
Excellent. Thank you so much for your presentation. I will hand it over to Marta to choose the questions.
Darío, muchas gracias por tu presentación. Y voy a darle el micrófono a Marta Elena para ver que nos diga las preguntas que hay.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Sí, hay un comentario, Darío, que dice, muchas gracias, es muy claro lo que hiciste, fácil de leer, las recomendaciones fáciles de leer.
Darío, thank you very much for all your work. It's very clear and they're very easy to read, so thank you very much for your effort.
Gracias.
Hay una pregunta que dice, ¿cómo es que mandas o distribuyes ese documento? ¿Cómo lo hiciste a la comunidad sordociega? ¿Vía electrónica, por mail, por redes sociales?
There's one question that says, how do you spread this information? How do you put it, how do you share it with people with deafblindness? If it's by email or how do you spread this information?
Todo eso está en la página de la Federación Latinoamericana de Sordociegos.
This information is posted in the Latin America Organization for People with Deafblindness.
www.flac.org.
A ver, Darío, eso sí me lo vas a tener que repetir. It's www. ¿Qué más? Ajá.
F de Federación.
F. Ajá.
L. A. S.
C.
.org.
También
pueden suscribirse por correo electrónico a la dirección que di o a boletín informativo
Okay, espérame. You can also get into this site and get yourself
boletín informativo
yes, ask for you to be part of this list where you can receive all the information.
flac.org. También sí, pues en las redes sociales, en Facebook y en Twitter.
We're also on social media, in Twitter and in Facebook.
Ya. Listo.
Muy bien. Otro comentario, Darío, es que muy bien, has como confirmado lo que estamos haciendo en Australia. Tenemos un como paquete que llevamos para el hospital con la misma información que tú nos compartiste para la gente sordociega, para que esté más preparada si necesita ir al hospital. Muchas gracias.
Me da mucho gusto.
Dario, thank you so much. This is a message from Australia, and what they say is that Dario is confirming what they are doing in Australia. They are putting together this package that actually helps the people with the blindness that need to go to the hospital to get a better service.
Muy bien, me da mucho gusto.
I'm very happy. Thank you.
Otra de las preguntas es que si esta información está disponible en línea.
Another question is if this information is, you can handle it or if it's posted online.
Estas recomendaciones se publicaron en el número 72, el más reciente del boletín.
This information has been published in the number 72 of the leaflets that we published in this Flask Federation.
Ahorita tenemos una falla en la página.
Now, at this moment, there's this page is not working properly.
Si no está disponible todavía, pueden escribirme a mi correo electrónico si quieren ese número.
If by any chance you try to get this information and you can't, you can write me to my email and I will send it to you directly.
Esperamos que se restablezca pronto la página.
We're hoping that all these technological problems will be taken care of soon.
Jose Dario, let me thank you. We have run out of time, but it's been very, very informative. And thank you very much for taking the time to talk to us today.
Se nos acabó el tiempo, Darío. Te quiero agradecer por toda tu información. Gracias por haber estado aquí con nosotros el día de hoy.
Gracias, Dario.
Muchas gracias a DbI.
All right.
Thank you to the DbI.
Thank you, everybody. And I will send you into your 15-minute break. We will see everybody back here on the full hour. Bye.
Modo de voz hablar. Usted está viendo la pantalla.
you first, and then we'll come back to you.
Okay. Okay, fine.
All right. Hello, everybody. We are back in business. Before we get started with our next presentation, let me quickly do a few housekeeping items. For those of you who are just joining us for the first time now, mini reminder, we are recording our session. So in case you miss anything today, no problem. You will be able to go back. You will be able to find those links on the website of Deafblind International, and you can take all your time that you need to have a look at the presentations again. We've been solving all sorts of little technical glitches. We will continue to do so. By the end of today, we will probably be very good at using Zoom. We've been trying to make everything as accessible as possible, but unfortunately, we were not able to find the support, the funding, or the volunteers for live captioning. So that is something that we're working on for next time. But we did manage to get some funds for our sign language interpreters. So you will be able to access that anytime you need. Quick shout out to Lear and Tina, our two interpreters today. It is in part because of them that I encourage everybody to stick to their 45-minute time limit so the interpreters can have their well-deserved 15-minute break in between. If you're new to Zoom, you can choose in the speaker view at the top right corner whether you would have a shared side-by-side view, which gives you the control to make the image of the interpreter a little bit larger. In terms of our rules of engagement today, you have probably noticed that your cameras and your microphones are muted. That is so we can focus and concentrate on the presenters that are on the screen today. You will also note that many of our presentations are done by two people. That is because we encourage all of you to use the chat function of Zoom and comment on the presentations and ask us questions so we can make this as interactive as possible. And one of the two presenters is always keeping a keen eye on what is happening in the chat to take some notes and find you the right answers for your questions. All right, if you're on social media, we encourage you to tell the world about what we're doing this Deafblind Awareness Week. And specifically, if you're on Twitter, feel free to use the hashtag DbI webinar or tag @DbI_connect if you want to connect with Deafblind International. Now, enough about me and my housekeeping, more from our speakers. And our next team, I believe we're back in Canada, and we're handing things over to Megan McHugh and Melanie Gauthier, who are going to speak to us about distantly connected while physically distant. It's all yours. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, his screen is still on, isn't it?
Yep, but you're on.
Okay. So should we be able to do the sharing now?
Yep.
Okay. Share the PowerPoint and then start it.
Okay, the PowerPoint is up, Megan.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, should we introduce ourselves?
Yeah, sure. We can
Okay.
start.
Okay, so hello everyone. It's great to be here. So I'm Megan McHugh. I'm deafblind with Usher syndrome, and I'm an assistive technology instructor at the Canadian Helen Keller Center, and I use a guide dog, a yellow lab, and I have 2 cochlear implants. So
I'm not sure if you guys can see me, but I am the Consumer Programs Manager at Canadian Helen Keller here in Toronto in Canada. And I'm just here today supporting Megan for her presentation.
Melanie, just let me point out, since the microphone on Megan's computer is turned on, but on yours is not, the only way we will hear you is if you are in front of Megan's computer or closer to her microphone, because it seems to be a directional microphone.
Okay, no problem. I'll move closer.
That's good.
So, so I'm right in your space, Megan. But hi, everyone. My name is Melanie Gauthier. I am the Consumer Programs Manager here at Canadian Helen Keller in Toronto, and I am here today to support Megan for her presentation.
Okay, so I've got my first slide up here with some key topics that I'm going to be discussing. So I'll have the header for each of the topics will be on the screen for that slide. So we're going on to deafblind experiences and challenges, and of course during COVID-19 there's been challenges. Sorry, my dog was just moving around a little bit. So there's been challenges for everyone, but for those of us who are deafblind, there's some different challenges and beyond what everyone else is dealing with. Because for one thing, many of us are dependent on services to do our daily life things, go places, do things, access information, get our shopping done, and so on. And during a pandemic, the possibility is that your services will be limited, or there may not be any services depending on the circumstances. Because of everybody has to stay safe, and it's limited to necessities. So that's a challenge for us. There's also the isolation and loneliness, which everybody experiences. But there's also accessing information is a bit more difficult. Sorry. And the social distancing is a lot more difficult when you are deafblind, because you can't really see what's around you or hear where people are. And of course, in my case, I've got a guide dog who does not social distance. And the example of a situation I had earlier on in the pandemic, I needed to go to the bank to get some change for my laundry machine. So I headed out, and when I got near where I thought the bank was, I was having trouble locating the exact area. And my dog hadn't been to that branch before. So I'm looking around, I'm trying to find somebody. So there's somebody around nearby, and I'm saying, hello, can you help me out here? I'm trying to find the TD Bank, but they just scurried off because they didn't want to deal with, they were scared. Everybody's worried. And then a couple of times, and then finally I got a nice lady who was willing to help, but she asked me to follow her, which was at a 6-foot distance, which was fine, except that my guide dog had other ideas, and he kept getting too close. So that was not so great. And then so she ended up having us go ahead and then giving me verbal instructions from behind. And another issue that people have is if you're low vision, is that the masks are not really all that they're not all that accessible, and you can't see the person's face through the mask for lip reading or for lip reading, or trying to see facial expressions. I mean, that's a big challenge. And there's the fear and anxiety of COVID-19. Everybody's afraid of getting it, but when you can't see what's going on, that's pretty scary. And there's also the worry that if you have to go to the hospital, you may not have an intervener or an interpreter, which leaves you very vulnerable, not being able to see or hear what's going on, not knowing if the doctor's going to see you or anything. So those are some of the major challenges. There's many more, of course. So I'm moving on to the next screen. This is staying connected with technology. And as a technology instructor, part of my job is to, it's part of my job has been during the pandemic is helping people find ways to be more connected, because there's many ways you can use technology. We could use text messaging, or use various types of instant messaging, Facebook, keeping in touch with people, or using Zoom or Skype or FaceTime or other types of audio video chats, email, even like Google Docs is a way to type back and forth to other people. But the key there is that people need the accessible technology in order to do it. So if a person has a braille display, if they can't see or hear, and then, or if you are using high contrast colors on your phone or your tablet or your computer, or using Zoom text, so with all of those tools, it does afford people who are deafblind a bit more options. And there's also into making phone calls to use relay systems such as video relay services, IP relay service, or TTY relay. So these are all very important tools in being able to access information on websites. Although one of the challenges there is that not all the websites are fully accessible. I mean, one thing that I've had a problem with during COVID-19 when I've been looking up information is that some of the information is in graphs or charts, or there's images which are not low vision friendly. So I really need like text-based versions of the information. And then of course there's a variety of apps that people can use for doing different things. And when it comes to social media, one of the things that I have heard of is that one long-term care center was that because their residents couldn't have visitors, they set up their Facebook page or their Facebook group so that, and then they had pictures and stories from their residents so that their family members and friends could see them and see that what they're doing and see that they're okay and so on. So there's a lot of different creative things. I know some people who have their families are all over the place. So they set up they schedule a time to do a Zoom chat, and then at the appointed time, all the members of the family will, log in at that time, and that way they can all see each other and chat and, keep in touch. Same thing if you have a lot of your friends. So there's so many different things. So I'm going to move on to the next screen. Okay. So another thing that's been that I've had to deal with is working remotely during COVID-19. And the way that has worked for me is that I've been using a variety of technology and techniques and so on. Like, for example, when I'm working with a client, I might connect directly to their computer using a remote support program. And then that way, and while I'm doing that, I might set up a document on their computer where we can type back and forth. Or if they can hear me, or they have an intervener who can hear me, then I would use something like WhatsApp, for example, and then we would use that for the communication plus typing in the document. So one thing that I did with one person was I helped them learn how to use IP relay. It's internet protocol relay, and they were just signing up for it. So I logged into their computer through the through TeamViewer, and then I was able to show them, like, go through the steps, and they could watch me going through the steps on their computer. And then after that, they would go through those steps themselves in order to learn it and practice it. So it actually worked quite well. You following the chat? Okay, thanks. Okay. So that's one example. Another example was when someone wanted to set up their iPad on their TV so that they could participate in Zoom. Then we ended up with they had an intervener with them. So I ended up using WhatsApp so that I could see what they were doing, and we went through the steps and then practiced it. So there's so many different ways. It just takes a lot of creativity and being open to trying the trial and error and so on. One of the things that CHKC is planning to do in the near future is to start doing more of the programming online, because, for example, a lot of the clubs, like CHKC had club, like iOS clubs for iOS devices. Well, I'm the facilitator for that, but there's also other clubs like Advocacy Club, Cooking Club, and I'm sure Melanie could mention a few more.
Yeah, so we have, so we have Advocacy Club, we have iOS Club, we have Breakfast Club, Meal Planning Club. Trying to think, we have Seniors Drop-In as well, Knitting Club.
Yeah, and so one of the things looking at is to do it more, at least some of those, if maybe hopefully most of them, do them remotely, for example, using Zoom. And I'm working on getting things set up so that we can do the iOS Club in July through Zoom, so that the participants can connect through Zoom. And then I can hopefully do some screen sharing so that I can show them what I'm doing on my phone for certain apps that I want to show them. So hoping that will work well. So, okay, just moving on to the next slide. So, increased independence through technology. So, again, one of the things about the pandemic is with limited services, because I mean, it's only a necessity. So meaning that, but people may need to get out and do something when they don't have someone available to help them. So, so there's technology where you can use your iPad or your iPhone or your smartphone or your tablet or your computer for things like ordering groceries, ordering products that you need, or if you are getting information about transit, or using ride-sharing apps or taxi apps and so on. Like, for example, I had a charger for my iPhone that wasn't working, so I couldn't get out to a store, so I ended up ordering it online through Best Buy. So that was pretty handy, even though it did take a while for the delivery, unfortunately, but that was okay. Other things that now, the thing about the online shopping, though, is that the websites are not always that low vision friendly. So that's something, and because of, online shopping might be something we need to do more of. So it's something that needs to be advocated for more to ensure that the websites and the apps are more low vision and blind and deafblind friendly. That's a bit of a concern for me, and that's a bit of a barrier for some people. But then the thing is, these type of things are things that I can teach people how to do remotely, how to use these apps and figure out the strategies of getting the things they need. And then for relay services, so then the relay services will allow someone to make the phone calls independently if they don't have someone available to do it through with an intervener or an interpreter using the relay. If you've learned how to use it and you've got your accessibility set up, so that's a really great thing. Another very important thing that I have been thinking about lately is that people need to be signed up for services like P911, also called like Text with 911, because if you have an emergency and you need to go to the hospital, and if you can't, or you need to call the ER, or call the police or whatever, P911 is a way that you can do it through text messaging. And so it's a very valuable service for someone who can't use the regular phone. So I think I consider that to be pretty important. And I did try the online grocery shopping. It was a little bit frustrating because I found that not all of the items were on that were on my list were delivered, but I was able to get a lot of them, and then had some limited intervener time that was allowed me to go out, like say first thing in the morning, to get a few things that I needed. And then the next thing to move on to was yeah, okay, yes, I am. I'm in the last slide. Yeah, okay. So the last slide we have here is the information about the presenters. And so if anybody has any questions, feel free to email me. My email address for CHKC is it's mmchugh@chkc.org. And the CHKC website is www.chkc.org. I will be providing a copy of this slideshow for everyone to download later. Plus, I've also, if it can be provided, I can provide an accessible Word document that has all the information in the slideshow as well. That might be easier for some people who are deafblind to read the slides. Yeah.
There's some comments, Megan.
Okay, so
Earlier, having trouble hearing,
no.
and then another said that it was because we were wearing masks.
Yeah.
And that was sort of beyond our control.
Yeah,
But then somebody,
I wanted to comment on that.
let me just,
Okay.
somebody said, who in Canada is advocating for see-through masks? I think this came up in another webinar from Canada.
Okay. Well, okay, sorry, my dog is fussing a bit. In Canada, well, CHKC actually has some see-through mask, but I don't have one. Or I don't have one myself. But one of the challenges with the see-through mask is that because it's a solid shield, it can actually block the sound a little bit more. But the CHKC does have a few shares of those see-through masks. And maybe Melanie could give you a little bit more information about that.
Yeah, so we do have see-through masks. And yeah, one of the issues is that it does create a barrier for sound as well. But we have also been told that it also creates a barrier in terms of glare for some of the consumers.
Yeah.
And so even though they are clear and potentially could or seem to be able more accessible, for some people it did create some glare, but we do have them for the people who want to use them.
Yeah.
There was
Would you allow me, Melanie, to add a comment to this?
Yes, of course.
So Megan and Melanie probably know that currently there is no company in Canada that actually produces masks in Canada. So all the masks that we have are currently produced in the States. And they are almost all on back order. So even if you order some now, it will take months to receive them.
And that we're getting them
So
from another place.
we
and they're
have,
on back order. So
Yes,
he's
but
just
there is that
clarifying.
company that was doing them, right?
But I don't think it's in Canada. So
No, it was in, and wasn't that, Melanie, wasn't that those volunteers in the Oshawa, Whitby area, or Ajax area?
so there are private places that will hand make them, but there is no commercial company.
Okay, yeah, it's true. Well, there's a company, I think there's a company that's in the GTA that they were like it's a seamstress. I think the woman is a seamstress, does alterations and what have you, but she had to shut that down during COVID-19, and she ended up switching to making masks, including the see-through ones.
So Walter was saying that there are some private businesses who are making them, so she would be one of them.
Good news.
Yeah, I think so.
The good news is that I'm part of a team that has written a grant to the federal government to collaborate with a commercial entity in Ontario to develop the appropriate plastic materials and the appropriate masks to avoid glare, to give air passage, and to make these things comfortable and produce them in Canada. So I hope to have news soon, but not yet.
There's some more comments, Megan.
Okay.
Someone is asking, do you work alone or do you have ITC group working together?
What, an IT group?
Mm-hmm.
I'm an instructor with the Canadian Helen Keller Center, so CHKC has a few different instructors who work in different types of technology. Like, for example, I specialize mostly in low vision related solutions, but there's others who may be braille and screen reader experts. Or so we do have a few different technology people. who may specialize in a few different things.
Okay. Questions. One is from Carla.
Yes.
She says, is the T911 live SMS services or is it that relay services?
T911 is like it's like an SMS thing. In Canada, the way T911 works is that you have to first dial 911. Okay, sorry, let me back up. You have to register for T911 through your service provider, like your wireless service provider. And then once you've registered, if you need to call 911, first you have to dial 911 on the phone. And then when the operator receives your call, because you are registered, it triggers a notice on the operator's screen that you are a deaf or deafblind user, and to send you a text message. And once the T911 operator sends you a text message, you can text back and forth with them. It is a bit different in the USA, where I believe that in the USA, with T911, if you're registered for it, my understanding is you can text directly to 911 without having to make the phone call first. Okay.
From Hazel, who pays for an intervener communicator guide?
In Ontario, the Ministry of Community and Children's what is it again? MCCSS.
The Ministry of Children and Community Services.
Yeah, I keep forgetting. They changed their name a little while ago, and I'm still remembering it.
There are see-through masks, or you can make them on YouTube. If you're a professional person visiting someone, you cannot use this type of mask as they need to have passed the safety standards.
Yeah.
There's a comment.
I was aware of that. Like our interveners here have to wear the certified medical mask or whatever they are. So they are, unless they're using the see-through one for a specific client.
There's more comments about masks. The challenges with face shields is that they are not supposed to be worn without a mask. A shield alone does not provide the same protection.
Yeah.
And then somebody asked Walter to keep them updated on the mask situation.
Yeah. And while Melanie is scrolling, I'm really hoping to get my COVID hair cut soon.
And then there was some clarification that people should be typing questions to all panelists and attendees as opposed to private people. I don't think people were realizing.
Yeah.
And that's the end of the comments.
Okay. Okay.
Sorry to interrupt, Melanie, but I can't hear you very well, so it's hard for me to interpret.
I'm so sorry. I keep forgetting to come into her screen. I was just updating Megan on the chats and how a lot of them were commenting on masks and shields. And that some were asking Walter to keep them updated on the status of his proposal.
Mm-hmm.
And I was just telling Megan that that was the end of the comments as well.
Oh, okay.
Again, my apologies.
Wow, Caucasian. Yeah, my dog is just being a little, he's being a good boy, but he's just moving around and rattling a little bit. Yeah. So yes, for me, it has been a real challenge with COVID-19. Obviously, the anxiety for everybody, but it's in the isolation, which does help when you have technology. It's not the same as being able to see people in person. But one of the things that people that I touched on before. Okay, yeah. Okay, I'll finish this thought. One of the things I touched on before is people being afraid to go to the hospital because they're worried that they can't get an intervener or an interpreter. Like, I mean, when I think about that, I'm thinking about myself. You know, if I'm sick, whether it's COVID-19 or something else, and I'm basically lying there with no access, and it's a really vulnerable feeling because I can't see what's going on. I don't know when the doctor or nurse is going to see me. And there's also a worry that because it's if you're deaf-blind, it's harder to communicate with us. Like, I mean, so they may not make as much. Many people are worried that the medical professionals, if the situation is such that they have to choose who to treat and who has to wait, that we might have to wait, that we might not get treated as quickly. That is a real concern that a number of deaf-blind people around the world have shared on social media. That concern about that we could be left behind when it comes to prioritizing who gets treated first. But it's also been difficult in terms of being able to go places and do things. I mean, not just obviously like just getting out to do your essential errands, but where I used to be able to do it reasonably easily in the past with my guide dog, Cajun. Now, because it's difficult to get assistance or to get somebody's attention or to ask a question because people are keeping their distance. Even just going to the drugstore when the employees are keeping a 6-foot distance, I can't really ask them a question because I can't really hear what they're answering. And plus, I can't always tell that they're there because they won't come over to let me know.
So this is from Nazreen. You mentioned many different useful tools and technologies. Do you have any experiences of haptic communication tools or devices that you can mention?
I have been sort of learning a bit more about haptics and pro-tactile these days because it's become more popular in Canada gradually. And I have used it, well, actually, Melanie has been using some haptic communication with me to let me know when somebody has a question or if I'm running short on time, where she's been tapping my leg or tapping my arm to let me know. It just may not be showing on camera, but and I have used variations of haptics and pro-tactile to get extra information. Because one of the things about being a hard of hearing person is that when you well, here, I'll just give, just for example, I could be out there talking with a salesperson or somebody, or say, well, okay, I'll give you an example of what happened to me at an airport one time, is where I had an intervener and the person at the airport was being rude to me because they were frustrated because I wanted to take 2 bags with me, one for me and one for my dog. Okay, you can laugh, you're allowed to laugh. But when I booked the flight, my dog got a free ticket because I didn't have a person flying with me. In Canada, if you have a service dog, the dog can use the free seat so that they have the floor space. And when I asked the agent if I could take another small carry-on for my dog because he had his own seat, they said I could. But when I got to the airport, they were not happy about that. And the person was kind of being rude and sarcastic and apparently making a face. Well, and that made and I had an intervener with me at the airport, but that made an awkward situation for them because in order for them to provide that information, they have to speak out loud and say, you know, she's rolling her eyes at you, or she's frowning or she's making a face at you. So haptics and protactile are a handy way of getting around that, because it's awkward when you're a voice user. When you're an ASL or tactile ASL user, haptics and protactile are also valuable, especially if you don't have any vision or very little vision. But you can also, and you can receive more information that way. Yeah.
Comment, Megan?
Okay.
You know of individuals with deafblindness who have suffered from COVID-19, and do you know what their experience of the healthcare system has been?
I don't know personally of a person, like I don't personally know of a person, somebody who has COVID-19 who is deafblind. But I do know of a person who was blind who had it, but I don't know what their experience was. And I do know of some people who have had it, and but not specifically who are deafblind. And I think because there's a stigma around COVID-19, a lot of people are not sharing about it. Because people tend to feel if you got COVID-19, it's because you weren't social distancing. So people aren't necessarily sharing that they've had it.
Walter commented, we know that the experience of being left behind is a real experience of the elderly during COVID-19.
Yeah.
Do you think the fear of possibly being left behind with a disability in healthcare is based on the factual experience of members of the deafblind community? Do we know if this has actually happened to anyone?
Well, I know of plenty of situations of where that has happened with blind people in the past, where they get where they don't get all the information they need, or they're not provided with the interveners or the interpreters, even if they request them, not specifically related to COVID-19, but I do know of plenty of people who are deafblind who have had situations with a healthcare provider because they were not treated as well or not treated as respectfully because of their deafblindness. I mean, I had a situation at a hospital when a relative of mine was in the hospital, and I'm trying to get in talking to a nurse, and the nurse was not providing me with information. The nurse was treating me as if I was, well, I think she thought I would, because I couldn't hear or see very well, that I was mentally deficient or whatever you want to call it. So she kept focusing on telling my brother what was going on and not me. Like when I asked her to speak up and so that my intervener could tell me what she was saying, she actually started speaking quieter, and she moved farther away from me and stood in front of my brother. So yes, I've experienced that a number of times, and so have many others.
Melanie, I'm aware of the time. I want to take a moment to thank Megan, to thank Melanie for their generous presentation and for their sharing their experiences today. It's been a really a full and rich week of these presentations, and I think I will need to take a couple of days to just digest all of this this experience. So thank
need
you.
a couple of weeks to digest all the information.
So I want to thank you. And I will send our sign language interpreters into their well-deserved break. And we will see all of you guys in 15 minutes on the full hour. Bye.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we're still on. I think at some point, Walter will be, you want to just.
Actually, Megan, you need to stop sharing your screen.
Yeah.
We're done.
Okay. Oh.
I'm just gonna
Oh.
this down.
Oh, it was good. It was good. People asked some questions.
Yeah, there were a lot of comments. Somebody said, "Oh, you have a lovely dog."
Your sound is still on. We can still.
Yeah, I know we're leaving. I'm so sorry. He said this.
All right, everybody. And we're heading into our next session. Let me start out with a few little maintenance items. I just want to remind everybody that we are recording our sessions. So in case you're worried about missing something, no problem. You can always go back to the website of Deafblind International. There will be links to the recordings of every day. The recording of Monday is already up, and the ones of the coming days will be there relatively soon. You have noticed maybe that we've been trying to make the event as accessible as we can. We did not manage to get live captioning for the sessions. And we're terribly sorry about this, but we were unable to find the finances or the volunteers to do so. And that's what happens when you do an event that is free. But we did manage to get international sign language interpretation, and people have been appreciating that. In case you are using those interpreter services right now, you can change your view in the top right corner of the speaker view. You can select the side-by-side screen option. This will allow you to make the image of the interpreter a little bit larger. Quick shout out to Tina and, oh dear, I forgot the name of our second interpreter. Lear, Tina and Lear, who are here today to interpret for us. There you go. Mini rules of engagement. If you just joined us, you will have seen that your camera and your microphone are muted. We've done that in order to let us focus on the presenters of the content. If you're new to Zoom, you can find some instructions on the Deafblind International website on how to get the most out of Zoom if you need some accessibility hints. You will also see that many of our presentations have two presenters. We've done that because we decided to encourage everybody to use the chat option to share your comments and to ask us questions. And so one of the two presenters usually has their eye on what's going on in the chat, and they will be able to comment and answer some questions and facilitate some accessibility there as well. If you're on social media, I encourage you to let the world know about what we've been doing this week in the context of Deafblind Awareness Week. If you're using Twitter, please feel free to use the hashtag DbI webinar or tag DbI_connect if you want to connect with Deafblind International on Twitter. Now, something that has been very exciting this week is we've had a few presentations in more than one language. And the next one, I believe, is no exception. We are going back to Brazil, and we're going to have a Portuguese and English presentation. And so now I'm going to hand things over to Silmara Cristina Laves da Costa Levi and Rafaela Adel Gomez da Silva. The next 45 minutes are yours. I will keep track of time so we can give our interpreters their deserved 15-minute break afterwards. All right, I'll let you unmute yourself and share your screen, and you're good to go.
Rafaela? Okay. Hi, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. I am Silmara Levi, speech pathologist and audiologist. I work for Santa Casa Hospital in São Paulo, Brazil. It's the most important philanthropic hospital in Latin America. And with me to present this session is Rafaela Adley, a deaf-blind person. We are talking about understanding people with hearing loss, deaf, visual loss, and deaf-blindness, and they are confronting with social distancing. We believe that create a more inclusive and accessible world is a mission of the whole society. Oh, I will share with you my screen. So just 1 minute. The next slide, there are two stickers with the words diversity and equality. What's the difference between diversity and equality? Two important topics. Diversity is about taking account of the difference between people and group of people and placing a positive value on those differences. Equality is about ensuring everybody has an equal opportunity and it's not treated differently or discriminated against because of their characteristics. Why does diversity matter? Because within diversity, there is more diversity, and being different is unique. So it is possible that we have different needs. variation in diversity is a singularity in diversity. That means the deaf or blind person doesn't hear or see in the same way. That depends, for example, the type of degree of loss, as well as often when the loss occurred. Those characteristics make all the difference to the auditory, communicative, and linguistic performance, and also to their social confronting. Some people identify themselves as a hard of hearing person. This means that they can have different needs in speech comprehension, difficulty to understand in a noisy environment, and of course, they also depend on the use of technology, hearing aids, or cochlear implant. On the other hand, there are people who identify themselves as deaf with their own identity, culture, and language. And we have singularity in visual loss too. Likewise, the visual also varies in degree and type, and it can be present as a mild to complete loss, or reduced amplitude and difficulty to see at long or short distance. People experience of vision impairment varies depending on many different factors too. For example, the availability of prevention in treatment, intervention, access to vision rehabilitation include assistant products such as glasses or white canes. Singularity in diversity in a deaf-blind person. Deaf-blind people have many different ways of communicate. The method they use depend on the cause of their combined vision and hearing loss. And very importantly, people do not have to be complete deaf and blind. We have pictures of unique Helen Keller, a woman who helped us see her potential and show us that regardless of the severity or the lack of one or both sense, we can achieve. We have many icons in the world like Helen Keller with their own adversity. Many children who are hard of hearing, deaf, blind, or deaf-blinds can learn. And we have the technologies in our favor. Nowadays, many technologies are available, but the time is our milestone. Here, there is an image of an hourglass. But it is important to remember that despite all the technology, we need to invest a lot of stimulation. What do you do today counts for tomorrow. We see a clock flying simulate the time passing. We know that there are many obstacles, but we believe we have a power. So doing all the right thing all the time isn't always easy, but believe it, you have a power. Make moments special, like play, sing, talk, read. Enjoy each moment in your daily routine. We are living in time which the information on diversity needs to be discussed and remembered. Have fun and love your child. Now we have an image with a child with part of his face blurred. That means no matter how distorted the sound, image, or both are, that doesn't prevent the deafblind person from thinking and having an opinion of their own. Also, remember, it's not the lack of hearing or vision which defines a person. All the sound and image recognition process come from the brain, and all the knowledge acquired comes from stimulation. In time of pandemic, the group Perkins Brazil developed a series of testimonials from deafblind people and guidance on communication. In this slide, we show some videos published on social media with testimonial and conversation with health professionals, educators, parents, and people with deafblindness. And when we think about communication, we think that communication is the act of transferring information. So be a good, real message transmitter. Next slides are some tips to communicate with deaf and blind people. Be careful with lighting and reflection. Stand face to face. Speak clearly, slowly, and naturally. Make sure that assistant technology are in use and in a good conditions. Use supporters like papers, pen, or some electronics. Use gestures or sign language. We know that communication is affected by a huge range of things, emotions, culture, and several situations. Life with some or more than one disability can be hard. And remember, even wearing any type of device does not bring hearing or vision back totally. But this is not a synonym with incommunicability. Do your best and be patient. Get out of the box and challenging your senses is a provocative way to address this issue for the whole community. Now, I would like to introduce Rafaela Adli. Rafa? Yeah.
Olá a todos, eu sou a Rafaela, surdo-cega, nasci surda moderada a severo, uso 2 aparelhos auditivos e eu comecei a falar com 4 anos de idade. E eu descobri a retinose aos 24 e hoje eu estou com 27 anos.
Hello everyone, I am Rafaela Adlen, a deafblind person. I was born with moderate deafness and I wear 2 hearing aids. I started speaking when I was 4 years old. I was diagnosed with retinite pigmentosa at 24, and today I am 27.
Atualmente, estou como presidente do Seminário Brasileiro da Síndrome de Usher, que acontece a todo mês de setembro. Por conta da Covid-19, o seminário, que sempre foi presencial, passou a ser online. Está sendo um desafio tornar esse seminário online acessível, pois precisamos pensar em todos os requisitos, como, por exemplo, a legenda, intérprete de Libras, audiodescrição e o tamanho do vídeo. E como é um seminário voltado para surdo-cegueira, temos que fazer vários testes para ver se está inclusivo. Isso é algo novo, pois nunca tivemos que fazer isso, mas estamos aprendendo muito.
Due to COVID-19 pandemic, I am a current president of Usher Brazilian Seminar, which takes place in September every year. Due to COVID-19 pandemic, the seminar, which has always been presential, now is online. Make it accessible is being a challenge. Since we need to think ahead about all the requirements like subtitles, sign language interpreter, audio description, and video size. Also, as it's focused on deafblindness, we have to conduct a number of tests to check whether it's inclusive. This is something new, since I've never had to do that before, but we are learning so much.
Sou pedagoga e tenho uma empresa chamada Connect Libras e dou aula de língua brasileira de sinais. Por conta da pandemia, alterei as aulas online. Outro desafio a ser superado, pois faço muita leitura labial. Os alunos têm me ajudado, eles acabam interpretando o que o outro colega diz. E também combinamos o que cada um irá falar por vez, e quando falar, dizer o nome, aí assim eu consigo achar o aluno. E ele começa a falar. O outro jeito é que ele tem me chamado muito pelo chat, pela plataforma, assim eu consigo dar atenção para ele. Cada hora a gente vai se adaptando de um jeito, mas tem dado muito certo.
I am a pedagogy and I have a company called Connect Libras, and I teach Libras, the Brazilian Sign Language. Because of the pandemic, I switched to online classes. One more challenge to overcome, because I do a lot of lip reading. The students have been helping me. They end up interpreting what their colleague says. And we also arranged for each one to speak in their turn and say their names when they speak. So I can find the student and he or she start talking. Another way is that they have been calling me by the platform chat tools, so I can give them my attention. We keep adapting all the time, but so far it's been working nicely.
Aqui no Brasil, os comércios estão começando a abrir. E eu sinto dificuldade de falar com as pessoas na rua, pois elas estão usando máscara. E é difícil para eu fazer leitura labial. Então, quando o vendedor fala, eu peço para falar alto e devagar, em um bom tom. Ou a minha família vai junto para intermediar na comunicação. E eu me sinto mais segura.
Here in Brazil, businesses are trying to reopen, and I have much trouble to speak to people in the street because they are wearing masks and there is no way to do lip reading. It's been hard. When buying something, I ask the vendor to speak loud and slowly. Either that or bring my family with me to help me communicate, so I can feel more confident.
Outro ponto que eu sinto falta é dos meus amigos surdos cegos. E às vezes conseguimos nos interagir pela plataforma virtual. Na maioria das vezes, o aplicativo Zoom. Mas sempre precisa de profissionais como guia e intérprete para nos ajudar a mexer na plataforma. Isso tem sido um grande desafio, mas pois nem sempre a gente consegue achar um guia e intérprete disponível para fazer a interpretação. E às vezes a gente conta com um familiar, e também é um outro desafio, porque às vezes o familiar não sabe mexer no computador ou na internet. É uma situação que ainda estamos tentando discutir um jeito da gente quebrar as barreiras e voltar a ter nossos encontros como a gente tinha antes. Com a Covid-19...
Pode falar.
Com a Covid-19, tenho aprendido muito e, de alguma forma, a gente vai tentando se reinventar. O importante é sempre lutar pela vida, desistir jamais.
I also miss my deaf-blind friends, and sometimes we manage to interact through Zoom. But there is always the need of the professional to help us as interpreters and guides to use the platform. This is a challenge since we can't always find interpreter guides available to do this job. On those times, we count on our relatives who have a challenge to their own, since they aren't always familiar with computer and the internet. We haven't found out how to drive in such a situation yet, and we are searching ways to overcome that barriers and have our usual meeting as before. I have been learning a lot with COVID-19, and we somehow try to reinvent ourselves. The most important thing is to keep fighting for life. Never give up. Thank you, Rafaela.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, I try to share a video, but I am not sure that audio will play. So if not, I send by chat the video, the complete video, okay? Tell me if the sound is working, please.
Today, we address the parents and the relatives of people with sensory deficiencies as well as multiple deficiencies. We know that children, youngsters, and adults with such conditions have a planned routine. From different health areas, which also includes pedagogical activities. Some of them are either in regular or specialized schools, while others are with their loved ones, but each one has their routine. Deaf, blind, neurological, syndromic people, or even autistic spectrum disorders. We know that disturbing those people's routine is not an easy task, not even for their relatives. However, thinking that they can't realize something is different in their daily routine is to underestimate these special creatures. Well, it's a fact that some may not understand how this invisible virus can represent a threat. But look at the irony. Deaf people can't hear as the virus arrives. Neither can the hearer ones. The blind can't see the virus circulating. Neither those who have a full vision. What a predicament, isn't it? So we're all in the same ocean. And that's why we need to present strategies that explain this moment as transient, and that will pass, and that we will soon be back to our routines. And that, yes, everything is going to be all right. Believe in your power and your connection with everything you have absorbed while going through several therapies. Speech therapy, physiotherapy, occupational therapy, pedagogy. There's no learning without exchange. Don't take it too hard on yourself. You don't need to be a health or educational professional. Be a parent. Connect your child on a simple activity, such as a diaper change, feeding, bath. Give it a meaning and make a difference. This data impact in their overall development, both physical and emotional. Every day we have a chance of promoting a number of opportunities to keep your child connected to you and to the world in a way, in their way. You're like a magnet. Each word you say, or even a non-verbal expression, may convey many other intentions. Be aware of yourself and of everything you may be transmitting to your child, as well as what they may be trying to show you with a look, a gesture, a smile, or even a tear. Allow yourself to ask for help when necessary. Put yourself in a simple but powerful position, the one of perceiving yourself. Feel the fabric over your body, the smell of the coffee, listen to a whisper and a shiver. Feel the taste of peaches, enjoy the little moments. Remember that the sun sets and there will be no more of those orange tones in a few seconds. The clouds dissipate, the waves break, the wind is gone. And why not talking about it? Remember, you don't need to be perfect in order to be effective. You took part of the therapies, you were guided, encouraged, and you are able to continue with the necessary stimulation. Imagine a necklace. It has two ends. Each one of them represents yourself and your child. The link that bonds these ends together with love, care, and commitment. Each bead or pearl you put in the thread will represent your contribution, create, amplify, and give your touch to this so special necklace. Feel capable because you can. This is your story, and you can write it. The intention is what counts. Be abundant in your intentions. Take care of yourself, protect yourself, and help your child to understand the importance of staying home.
Thank you for watching this session, and I hope for the questions.
Thank you very, very much to both of you. I encourage our audience to write their questions and their comments in the chat. We'll see what people would like to know.
Thank you for the compliment. We have been working with these videos, and we have more videos like that to motivation, encourage, and empower for the mothers and the family, the relatives, because you know that is very challenging time for them, but we need to believe that these people can do your power, and play, sing, read, and stay together is the most important thing right now. And maybe this time you can see more closely the families, the child, and the relations. It's being very a good part of the moment, because they are very close right now. Stay until wake up, in the dinner time, lunchtime, playtime, all the time. We know it's very, very hard to do the routine and be a mother or be father, working, stimulation, working and more working. So we try to be helpful. We have the video are available on YouTube, but in Portuguese. We have just this one in English. So after we finish this presentation, I can send for the presenters, the DbI International, if you need,
Yes,
if
please.
I can.
Yes, please. We look forward to it.
Thank you. I will.
Silmara, tem uma pergunta para mim, eu gostaria de estar respondendo. A pessoa perguntou quantas pessoas surdas cegas tem aqui no Brasil, é isso?
Ok. Okay. Rafaela read that someone have a question about how many deaf-blind people are in Brazil. Ok, Rafaela.
Isso. Aqui no Brasil, a gente tem em média de 150 a 200 pessoas com síndrome de Usher. Mas nós acreditamos que tem muito mais, mas está escondido. E a gente está tentando criar mais visibilidade para a gente conseguir achar esses surdos cegos.
Here in Brazil, we believe that we have about 150 to 200 people, but we are still not sure if those are the correct numbers, and we're trying to reach more people to create more visibility in order to understand if those are the real numbers that we have right now.
This is my daughter, she helped me. So I would like to add that Rafaela told about 150 person with Usher syndrome.
Como você pratica distância social se você usa língua de sinal?
Tá aqui. Ok. Se você, Rafaela, a pergunta como você está enfrentando socialmente o distanciamento social e se você usa não é língua de sinais, a linguagem tátil.
Eu uso muito pouco quando eu estou com meus amigos surdos cegos, aí acabo utilizando. Mas em determinados lugares, quando eu estou num ambiente muito escuro, eu não estou conseguindo ver, aí eu utilizo a língua tátil.
Okay, the question is, how do you practice social distance if you need to use tactile sign? So Rafaela said that she barely use tactile signs, sometimes when it's very dark. Ok, Rafaela, we have one. Rafaela, nós temos mais uma pergunta. Qual que é o nível de visão que você tem? The question is, what level of vision do you have, Rafaela?
Minha visão ela é bem tubular, eu enxergo bem assim, totalmente central. A visão lateral eu não tenho nenhuma, ela é escura para mim. Então eu só tenho a visão central mesmo.
Oh my God! So
I have a very central vision. I can't see from the sides. It's only exactly what's in the center of the eye.
Yes, she told like a tubular vision.
Isso.
Ok.
One more.
We still have a little bit of time left, so if people are still curious to communicate, no problem.
Mm-hmm.
We can give you the time to type some more comments and questions.
I'd like to thank the interpreters. So Tina, you are wonderful because I know the English is not so good and you are wonderful. Rafaela, eu disse que a intérprete é muito boa. Porque
eu tô conseguindo entender a intérprete.
Rafaela said that she can understand you, Tina. Thank you so much.
Muito bom.
I saw a lot of comments about the video. So again, thank you so much to understand. And I know we need to share more information about the powerful with families. It's not for the child. We think that important to help more adult people, adolescent people, and the oldest people too. We have a group in Brazil that try to help more and more people, like with some shopping and help with others think in the social distance for them. We have one more question here. 1 minute. Rafaela, what would you say is the most important thing the university to go to? Ok. Rafaela, o que você disse foi muito importante.
Rafaela, o que você diria que é o mais importante para os professores da universidade enforçarem para os alunos que são surdo-cego, para eles continuarem se sentindo apoiados com acesso online?
Peraí, Rafa, vamos ler em inglês para a intérprete traduzir, tá bom? We have one question that, Rafaela, what would you say are the most important things that a university tutor could do to ensure that students who are deaf-blind continue to feel supported with accessing online? Pode falar, Rafa.
Eu gostaria de deixar a mensagem para os professores que precisam trazer mais formação para os professores. Poucos professores da universidade conhecem o surdo-cego e eles acreditam que surdo-cego é uma única comunicação. E quando eu falo português, eu tenho a minha comunicação em Libras também, eles acham que o surdo-cego só se usa Libras tátil. E não, nós temos diversas comunicações. Então, eu gostaria que os professores da universidade, em qualquer curso, precisariam se formar mais, ter mais formação na área da surdo-cegueira. É importante.
I would like to bring more information to the teachers about deaf and deaf-blind, because sometimes they think that we all use the tactical sign. And I think we need to bring more information to them so that they know how to address each student differently.
And I'd like to show our transparent mask. We have this one, and of course we have another one. But also we have some problems. We know that we need to take some soup here. Soap here, because sometimes you can we have blurred. It gets some blurred in the mask, so it's very difficult for everyone. It's not only with deaf blindness. For us that hear and see well, the mask is very hard nowadays to use. So for them, it's more important that we have to try to have a new mask. We need to study a little bit more because it's very hard to use all the time with this. But I have a very interesting situation because when I use those masks, always the people in the street stop me and say, wow, where are you bought this mask? I need some mask like that. So I have several masks like that because I try to have one special and one is the most mask. But I think we don't have yet this specific mask wonderful. We just try to experiment some masks. Rafaela, você quer falar um pouco sobre essa experiência das máscaras transparentes? I asked Rafaela if she wants to talk about our challenging with no transparent mask.
Aqui no Brasil, eu encontro muita dificuldade de pessoas que utilizam a máscara transparente, não dá para ver a leitura labial. E eu tenho tentado ver se a prefeitura pode nos ajudar a ter essas máscaras gratuitas. E, infelizmente, a gente não está tendo retorno, porque a gente não sabe onde adquirir essas máscaras. Então, para o surdo é difícil, para o surdo cego é difícil, é muito complicado.
It's very complicated. We're trying to get help from the government to help us make it more accessible because it's very hard to find them, and deaf people and deaf and blind people are having a hard time to communicate without those masks, but it's been very hard to know where to find them and to have access to them.
Rafaela, do you read English? Rafaela, você fala inglês? Você lê inglês?
Eu consigo entender o contexto, mas eu não consigo entender tudo. Eu utilizo muito o Google Tradutor. Quero em breve aprender e falar fluentemente inglês para poder conversar com vocês.
I understand the topic about what it's about, but I usually use Google Translator, but I want to work to study English so I can, in the near future, communicate with you all.
Ladies, I am mindful of the time because we're going to head into our next break, but I want to thank you very, very much for taking your time, for presenting very generously, and thank you for all the information from Brazil.
Thank you so much.
Is it obrigado?
Obrigado, yes.
So, all right. Good.
Yes, thank you.
Good. You have a wonderful day. We are going to take one more break and we will be back on the full hour with our final presentation for this week. Bye.
Bye. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. We are back for our final session of the last day of a week full of presentations. What a week it's been. So it turns out, before we get to our final presentation, I'm going to just repeat our little maintenance items. First thing, mini reminder, we are recording all our sessions. So just in case you feel like you missed something, no problem. You can always go back. There will be links on the webpage of Deafblind International where you can access the recordings. The recording of Monday is already available. The other ones are coming soon. We tried to make the week as accessible as possible. You've probably noticed that we do not have live captioning. We did not manage to raise the funds or the volunteers. That's sort of a side effect of having a free event, but we are working on this for next time. We did manage to have marvelous sign language interpretation in International Sign Language all week. Thank you to all the interpreters today. Thank you to Lear and Tina, but we've also had a few of their colleagues here yesterday as well, so we sent greetings to them. It is because of them, in part, that I will remind all our speakers for the last session to stick to their 45-minute time limit, because it's at that point that our interpreters have done their job and we will thank them for their contribution. All right, if you are wanting to maximize your benefit of the sign language interpreters and you need a larger image, you can go to the speaker view in your top right corner and you will be able to select the side-by-side view that is also accessible once people start sharing their slides on the screen, and you'll be able to make the interpreter image larger. For those of you who've only just joined us, you will note that your cameras and your microphones are closed. We did this in order to let us focus on the presenters. If you're new to Zoom, last chance to look at the website of Deafblind International for some Zoom instructions. You will see that most of our presentations have two presenters. That is because we ask people to engage with the chat feature of Zoom as much as possible and to let us know what you're thinking and what are your questions. I can see that our next speakers have already started posting a lot of good information in the chat as well. And at least one of the speakers will follow what's going on. If you're on social media, I encourage you to take this last opportunity to tell the world about what we're doing. If you're specifically on Twitter, I encourage you to use the hashtag DbI webinar or tag @DbI_connect to connect to Deafblind International directly. All right, that was the last setup for my little house notes, but now I'll hand it over to our next speaker team. After having done our tour around the world, we are back in Canada. And I'm going to ask Carolina Cahoon and Brittany Garnier to take over the screen and the microphone, and the next 45 minutes are yours, ladies.
Okay, all right. I guess we're all set. You can hear me?
Yes, we're good.
Wonderful. Well, greetings, everyone. Wow, what an amazing week of knowledge sharing. What a privilege to join you. So thank you for having us. Before I start, I wanted to share that there is a format of this presentation for screen reader users available, and it is on Word if you want to look at it. If you haven't got it, please contact the organizers. And I also posted info ahead of time of some of our common Q&A. So please allow me first to introduce my co-host, Brittany Garnier. She's a specialist in intervention. And my name, as you mentioned, is Carolina Cahoon. I'm one of the 5 specialists in deafblind literacy for deafblind community services in Ontario. And we are also funded by the Ministry of Labor, Training and Skills Development. So yesterday, the intervention department from Deafblind Community Services provided a general overview of our program. So today, my plan is to elaborate more on the literacy department initiatives during this pandemic. I am speaking from our fourth city in London, Ontario, Canada. My city is located approximately 2 hours from Toronto and 2 hours from Detroit. So you can picture that on the map. So I'm very excited, to be honest, to be here and share with you our experience fostering an inclusive and accessible learning environment in which no one has been left behind. So I will go through that. Our goals today is to introduce the Deafblind Literacy Program, also to provide an overview of the wellness webinars for deafblind clients as our response to COVID-19, and then to discuss the adaptive business tools and philosophy for myself and instructional design that can be utilized in the field. So we all support the common cause and speak a common language. Due to the pandemic, each of us has faced a diversity of challenges regarding new measures and adaptations in your respective countries. My message today is to speak from the heart, and it's not to speak to you about the challenges we have faced, but to share some positivity and some business solution tools that I learned while in business school. I also wanted to stress that the digital divide and funding for services is very unique in each country. However, I believe that with the right tools, teamwork, and mindset, we can all find keys to open new doors that will positively impact the deafblind community. Remember that problems are opportunities for design in disguise. That's my favorite quote. It's anonymous, but it's one of my favorite ones. And conflict is necessary for innovation because it awakens creativity and improvisation. One of my favorite quotes I often keep in mind when facing a new barrier is, if you have always done it that way, it is probably wrong. That's Charles Kettering. All right, next slide. I like defining my role as a knowledge, talent, / joy developer. Our program supports learners from different backgrounds with multiple communication styles. We offer training in various topics, particularly those related to employment and post-secondary skills. And we also offer a wide network of referrals, both within and outside the organization, that promotes autonomy and help clients attain their personal goals. Next slide. So how would we respond to COVID-19? A picture on the slide are 2 deafblind presenters, an ASL interpreter sharing a PowerPoint presentation regarding tactile imagery on Zoom. So that's one of our pictures of one of our webinars. So we responded by creating synergy of energy with a common vision, which I will explain, that promoted excitement and collaboration. So to this date, our program has offered over 30 educational wellness webinars and several breakout sessions for deafblind clients across the province of Ontario. This is our own version of microlearning, which deals with relatively small learning units and short learning activities that promote learning retention. The shorter, the better retention. So the programs have had guest speakers who are specialists and leaders from several organizations and businesses. We have members and specialists from the deaf, deafblind, and blind community, and also partners and business organizations that included audiologists, financial advisors, oral hygienists, dietitians, lawyers. That's just to name a few that join us to help us deliver this training. And then we cover a myriad of topics, as you can imagine, in order to promote wellness and knowledge, which led to the rise of virtual interveners who were inspired to deliver services with a common vision. And I will share in the coming slides because I do talk a lot about vision. Our system, we set up every webinar on a Zoom platform. in which all interveners, interpreters, guest speakers, and some clients connect. So I posted something on the chat there about the type of devices that interveners have during these interactions. So clients connect via their preferred communication platform, anything, whatever is easiest for them, Skype, Facebook, FaceTime, phone, Word, OneDrive, with an intervener, and then the intervener interprets the information they receive from the webinar on the client's preferred method of communication. That is sign language, voiceover, instant captioning, whatever we can to support them. And clients can also connect directly to the Zoom webinar and view an interpreter. And they also have the option to call in a 1-800 toll-free number. And we provide directions regarding how to pin an ASL interpreter or an intervener when they access the Zoom account, or they request instant closed captions as a method of receiving intervention. So many, many innovative ways for interveners to provide services. Clients also receive further support during the breakout sessions, which are supported by 2 deafblind leaders, a placement student from a college intervention program, and our staff. So the breakout sessions are delivered in various modes of communication.
Carolina, just a mini question. I think I'm going to ask you just to slow down just a little bit for the interpreter.
All right.
Thanks.
So where should I begin?
No, you can just from now on, it's good. Just slow down a little bit.
Okay, thank you. So I'm gonna go back a little bit. So clients also receive further support during the breakout sessions, which are supported by 2 deafblind leaders, a placement student from a college intervention program, and our staff. So the breakout sessions are delivering various modes of communication. So we make sure that it is in clear language, depending on the Lexile levels, so that to promote equal access to information. Most speakers leave an email address for clients to connect in case there are further questions. So this promotes direct access to a variety of subject matter experts, which really enriches the experience of the deafblind person. What else can I tell you? Access to a recording and audio transcribing is also offered. The audio transcribing option is especially for clients who cannot participate due to limitations with the technology. So we ensure we emboss, email, or provide large print, which can be delivered directly to their mail. And we have also been offering translation in Spanish because we have Spanish-speaking clients. However, please know that this is a specialized service because that is my first language, and Spanish is not an official language in Canada. So, as previously mentioned, some of our presenters were from the deafblind, and blind community. So we came up with a list of accommodations to ensure equal access and participation. So this will be posted on the blog, and I created, I put a link on the website for the blog if you want to check it out. It will be posted soon. So I chose some of the top 8 tips. So we created a sheet with 18 tips that promote accessibility and functionality when hosting these webinars for the deafblind community. You'll note that it has more of a universal design approach. And for the purpose of time, I cannot go through the entire list. However, we will discuss the top 8, and then the full list will be available for you to view on that on the blog. I'm hopeful that you really find this helpful. I did not construct this alone. It has been built with constructive feedback, experience, and research and evaluation, so that no one is left behind. So the first one is to know your audience and the technology. Know or learn as much as possible about your audience. You need to get to know them ahead of time, and that's okay if you don't, but you need to do your best to know your audience. So this includes presenters and clients. Find out about the communication needs and any accommodations required prior to the webinar. The second one is to train, offer training and support for all stakeholders and assume nothing. If a presenter is blind or partially sighted, you need to know the keyboard shortcuts to support on both mobile and desktop laptop access. And be also ready to assist with any cues or questions. You may schedule training on the Zoom platform for all stakeholders prior to the webinars and be ready to improvise. This is especially important as you set up a team to support clients. Assume nothing. Remember that even though most people in today's workforce are computer savvy to some degree, there are still many people who fear new technology. So give people time to learn and adapt to the new technology. Take your time and ensure you document pretty much all the stakeholders' feedback and address any issues to avoid delays during the event. The other advice is to keep it simple for clients. Whenever you create a Zoom account and you send an invitation, like you get all these phone numbers. So we do our best to clean it up as much as possible. Number 3, rules. The rules must be established but are never final. So make sure you iterate and evaluate. What I mean by that is that we should all ensure that the time you schedule includes additional preparation time for all stakeholders. Presentations should be between 30 minutes to 45 minutes long to allow questions, you know, with a 5 to 10 minutes break for staff who are interpreting. Generally, we enable the waiting room and allow interpreters and guest speakers first to discuss with host communication needs and accommodations. The next rule is invite guest speakers to serve an event is another suggestion. This will give them an idea of the accommodations and housekeeping rules of the event. So you can set up some time, you may offer coaching, and you may provide some information, you know, regarding the population that you serve, and the pace of the presentations, explaining, you know, how descriptions work with visuals, poses, etc. The next one is identify all the stakeholders and roles. This is especially for a small group. Of course, whenever it's broadcasted with a large event, this won't apply. So when our webinars initiate, even when we have like 20 people, we actually do a roll call. We identify the deafblind clients and interveners who are voicing their questions. We identify deaf interveners, ASL interpreters and their roles, and deafblind clients if attending the event without an intervener. So once every ASL communicator is identified, we ensure clients pin the interpreter or presenter. If you're broadcasting, the highlight feature on the Zoom may work best to watch the interpreter. However, this hasn't worked very well with the clients we support. Number 6, instructions. They must be clear and short. And I think I spoke a little bit about this before. So think about what would you want to know if you access the webinar. Make sure you read all the housekeeping rules before you start, and that you limit the number of people on the screen to the guest speaker, the interpreters, unless a question or comment requires a participant to use video. So there is a tool actually in Zoom that allows only to view participants whose video is on, and it is located under video settings, and you can select the hide non-video participant options. The other rule that we usually have is that interveners who are voicing do not need to turn the video on unless they are providing face-to-face intervention or they require confirmation visuals of a sign. Some other feedback we received that as a host, you should be always turning off the chat feature, as the blinking of the chat box is visually distracting for some deafblind individuals. I didn't know that. That was a feedback from a deafblind person. Hosts can manage it by ensuring the chat questions go directly to them. And tip number 7, communicate. Avoid the long messages, but keep everyone updated and excited. As I mentioned, the default message in Zoom provides the guests with several numbers to connect, which causes confusion. So stick with what people would like to know, like the name of the presentation, the name of the presenter and the role perhaps, just the direct link, just the instructions, for example, of how to pin an interpreter and so on. Number 8, plan and be ready to improvise. Organizers ensure to obtain preparation materials and biography 48 hours prior to the event. And remember that these disruptions to a perfect setup are always a possibility. However, use this opportunity to make improvements, to provide superb service. The more you innovate, the easier the improvisation. So do not be afraid to fail or make mistakes. The planning piece is actually coming up soon, which is my next item on today. And I generally stop here for people if they want to ask any questions. I don't see anything so far on the chat, so I will proceed. So I selected some 5 business tools. As formal planning, I use several tools, but because of time restrictions, I chose these 5 business tools to share with you. So these tools can be learned in school. There are several universities and colleges around the world offering courses on service design and instructional design. However, if you have any questions about it and about the courses that I have taken, please, the email is on my slide and on the chat if you wanna reach out and talk to me a little bit about that in case you wish to explore this further. As instructional designers, we realized that online learning got this moment due to COVID-19 and is not going anywhere. There is a cultural change happening, and so will be the access to many services for the deafblind community. If you think about it, according to Forbes, even before the pandemic, research and markets forecast the global online education market as a $350 billion market by 2025. That's food for thought, right? Especially that was before the pandemic. I would be curious to know what those numbers ask. I would like to ask you a question. When you have an idea, have you ever had an idea and felt a pushback? Sadly, many great ideas do not become implemented due to limited planning. So my goal today is to provide you with some references to tools that may help you bring your ideas to fruition. So this is when I was referring about the vision, and this is my number 1. A vision. Our vision is no one left behind. Find a shared vision that will energize your team. People want to be inspired to accomplish great things. A clear vision will also help your team to bring ideas and to collaborate with others, as they will know that they're all working towards the same goal. Taking the time to develop an easy to remember and compelling shared vision will play a vital role in getting your team rowing in the same direction, so they can focus on common goals and work together to accomplish them. There's a French writer, I'm hoping I pronounce his name right, it's Antoine de Saint-Exupéry, wrote, if you want to build a ship, don't herd people together to collect wood, and don't assign them tasks and work, but rather teach them to long for the endless immensity of the sea. So share a common vision. Number 2, social and cultural capital is one of my favorites. The most successful people I work with know that even in an extraordinarily competitive environment, we are more equipped to handle challenges when we pool the resources of those around us and capitalize on even the smallest time spent interacting with others. Think about this. Every time we're building our social and cultural capital, We're priming our brains for best performance as we're inspired and mentored by others. We capitalize on new ideas, we receive energy and motivation, which becomes a prime contributor of achievement in the workplace. Our guest speakers were honored to volunteer and educate our clients. That's a true example of social and cultural capital. Cultural capital also includes knowledge, skills, and education. Social capital is the willingness of people to help each other. It often replaces money, which people would use to purchase a service. So this is exactly what happened to our program. All our speakers came because of that relationship our program has been building and all the positive outcomes of their involvement. Professional development for them in exchange. For us, an opportunity to offer our clients access to specialists in the community, and public education as the speakers learn more about the population we serve. The social and cultural capital we invested today, I think it actually paid off. So stay in touch, meet for coffee. When you speak on the phone, make sure you stop what you're doing. Neuroscience has revealed that when you make eye contact with someone, it sends a signal to the brain that triggers empathy and rapport. In times like today, folks, I encourage you to video conference if you can. Network proactively and pay it forward and leverage relationships. It will help you achieve things you couldn't do on your own. And speaking from experience during this pandemic, we have run an amazing program. So I think because of this social capital, I actually will get started by inviting you for coffee and promote knowledge sharing. So feel free to email me and perhaps we should learn together. Let's have some coffee sometime, okay? Number 3, a needs assessment. It sounds complicated, but actually isn't. It's a thinking project document and it's client-centered, which leads back to what was discussed regarding accommodations to create accessible webinars. So imagine you have an idea that may benefit your team or program, right? This type of document addresses needs, addresses gaps, and possible improvements. For example, on our needs assessments, we ask questions like, how may the webinars benefit our clients? Are there certain topics that may interest them? Are there any technological barriers that may prevent them from accessing the webinar? If so, how could we remove these barriers? What are the communication styles? You then develop a plan of action to address the needs or close the gaps to bring the team closer to its desired goal. One of the reasons that some ideas are not implemented, there are many good ideas in this world, but the reason that they're not implemented is because we tend to skip many steps. And we go directly to the design and development of a project before emphasizing and defining the possible barriers and problems you may encounter. I don't know if any of you are guilty of that, but I have a hands up until I learned this. So I know because I was before. A needs assessment is a tool that can help you overcome, prevent barriers, and improvise. So some methods to gather information about your audience could be personas, which is a way of profiling or creating a general overview of the clients you support. You can include there in a common blurb, like the method of communication, their knowledge of technology, any attitudinal barriers, likes, dislikes, frustration, types of accommodations. And you can also gather this information through focus groups, surveys, lunch and learns. They all contribute to this purpose as well. The number 4 is the project charter and a RACI chart. We implemented the project charter, which describes our projects in its entirety. We included what the objectives are and how the events will be carried out and who the stakeholders are. It is a crucial ingredient in planning out your projects because it is used throughout the project life cycle. In this project charter, we have a RACI chart, and do not worry, it's not complicated either. It stands for responsibility, accountability, consulted, and informed. So it is a very simple matrix. There is a picture there on the slide. It's a simple matrix that tells you who is doing what. So for clarity, there is a table in which you could type the task or roles on a vertical column, and on a horizontal column, you add the names of the staff. So in this example on the slide, you have 3 team members. So you could pretend Josh is a director, Arnold is a manager, and Sarah, I don't know, an intervener. And I pick one task to focus on and to do. Prepare a document, for example. So in this case, the project leader would determine who is responsible for preparing a document. Perhaps that's Sarah, the intervener. Who has been informed about it? That would be Josh, the director. And who is accountable or liable to make sure that the document is indeed delivered by Sarah? That would be her boss, Arnold. With the above tools, you create an organized and powerful synergy of energy. Everyone working on the team has distributed authority, is organized, and it gives them autonomy to be creative and support each other with a common and compelling vision that reminds them what they're working towards. And the last one is evaluations. That's the number 5. The evaluations actually are one of my favorites. It's one of the most, one of the hardest documents to create, but it's one of my favorites. Evaluations can help you identify areas for improvement and ultimately help you realize your goals more efficiently. Without evaluations, we will not be making improvements. Evaluation is research to inform decisions. It is an opportunity to push for adaptations and create any mid-course corrections. So this will increase your success. They enhance future initiatives with lessons learned. Our world offers accessibility solutions that can be turned on and off, correct? Which means we still have a problem. However, with proper documentation regarding all your discoveries, it will allow others to know these accommodations exist and how to use them. Remember, and this is something I remember, what gets measured gets done. Remember to ask questions, be curious, connect with people. Remember, one size does not fit all. You must strive for universal design in which everyone can equally participate. So to me, evaluations are those powerful tools that help us on this mission to strive for improvement and develop solutions. So I'm gonna do a little bit of a recap. We covered the top 8 tips to create successful and functional webinars to the deafblind community, which was knowing your audience, training all the stakeholders, set up housekeeping rules, invite speakers as a training solution, identify all roles and create concise instruction. Communication must be concise and relevant. And planning. Planning is important because poor design may impede success. And the 5 business tools, which was a vision, no one left behind, the social and cultural capital, to start networking, talking to each other more often, a needs assessment as a thinking document, a project charter as a document that keeps us organized and give us a clear guideline of what is expected and what is to be done, and the evaluations as a powerful tool that will tell us how to make improvements. The last item of my philosophy is positivity and lifelong learning. I wish to leave you an invite to be a lifelong learner. I have a background in education, fitness, and rehabilitation. And now taking all these courses that relate to project management and business tools has been so fascinating and so positive for our program. It has been an eye-opener and an effective way to ensure all the projects come to fruition. And positivity. If you believe in an idea, my advice is to draft the project charter. Don't be afraid to fail. We can all contribute to ensure no one is left behind. Have a strong plan. With a strong plan, you will go further. Ensure to engage naysayers to the extent possible and listen to understand, not to respond. So I picked 2 positive quotes we could relate during these times. One is, "We're all in the gutter, but some of us are looking at the stars," by Oscar Wilde. It's one of my favorite quotes. It's so true. Just keep going. Those who see the stars create change. And my other second favorite quote is by Helen Keller. "A bend in the road is not the end of the road unless you fail to make the turn." What a compelling reminder to encourage us to keep moving forward. We feel that although this pandemic brought chaos, misfortune, and stress, it also brought innovation, solidarity, and creativity. So remember, do not be afraid to explore new fields through research, professional development, supporting a new cause. Do not be afraid to fail. Remember Thomas Edison? He said, "I have not failed, and I just found 10,000 ways that won't work," when referring to the light bulb. Mentor others and seek mentoring. You never know what you might learn from them. Ask questions and be curious. Anyway, that's the end of my presentation. Resources are on the last slide. And we have a slide with a Canadian flag, and we look forward to see you in 2023 in Canada. Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Carolina, for presenting. Excellent, excellent ending. All right, I'll let you explore the chat. I'll ask people to get typing and writing.
Carolina, there's a question here. Curious to know, what are some common objections to ensuring accessibility design cannot be turned off and on, and how to respond to those objections?
One of my favorite objections whenever I'm providing public education comes from personal experience in the rehabilitation industry. I used to work as a rehabilitation therapist for people with brain injury. So I actually asked them and imagined what will happen to them if tomorrow they were into an accident and they got a brain injury and they suddenly lost their vision or any of their senses. Would the world be prepared to them?
Okay.
They're really there to be honest, people pay for insurance and for many things, but they really aren't, I don't know, I don't think anyone is prepared to lose a sense. And once you lose that sense, is your aha moment.
All right, and then we have a comment here. It says, "Nice final quotes and great to conclude this wonderful week with a quote from Helen Keller."
Thank you.
Okay, another quote put in here. "Alone you go faster, together we go further. Not sure who is the original source." And then someone says, "I just missed your email address, sorry."
It is listed, Brittany, if you could put it under questions on the slide.
Of course. There we go. Okay.
I'm so sorry, I put so much information there, but this is something that I thought to share if you wanted to create some successful programs. It has really helped me. And just to let you know, we put this all together in 1 week. It is possible, folks. Nobody needs to be left behind.
And there's a comment here that says, thank you, to a great positive note to finish on. Can you put up a slide about virtual interveners?
Okay. I do not believe we have a picture of virtual interveners. I'm not so sure about your question. Or is that a suggestion, perhaps, to do that next time? I actually asked interveners for selfies, but nobody sent me a selfie while providing intervention.
It says, thank you, planning group, and all the people who made this webinar possible. We've enjoyed every day listening to different lectures and got so many emails, comments, and questions. A warm thank you. Have a nice Helen Keller Day tomorrow. Excellent presentation to wrap up a wonderful week. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. I know I spoke a lot about Zoom, but it actually has been one of our favorite tools to use because it offers audio transcribing whenever you record it. So that's one of the reasons that we chose it as well. And I am able to copy and paste directly, and so I can email it to clients. I can also emboss information so that no one is left behind. Even if they don't have the technology, I can still emboss or print in large print and mail it to them if they're not able to contact us.
Okay. Thank you for the presentation. Will you be sharing the slide deck? Terrific amount of information.
It has been shared, and there is also an accessible version in Word for screen reader users.
Okay, excellent webinar and the application of project management approach to organizing webinars.
Thank you. I'm still not done with school, so that's a huge compliment. I really appreciate that.
Great presentation. I love your positivity.
Thank you.
Okay, and yeah, fantastic week of presentations. I don't see any more questions here.
Well, Carolina and Brittany, of course, this means that for the next webinar, you probably will have to help us get organized.
All right, I look forward to that. New challenges, perhaps new technology. I also posted there on the chat. I'm so sorry I couldn't share this before, but there is a way to do automatic closed captions with the streamer Zoom. I posted there the link. There is a little bit to play around with the software, but so far so good. I tested it, and there is a 1 month free trial without a credit card if you're interested in exploring that.
I will send that information to Michelle, who has been our technology support all week. Actually, let me take that as an opportunity just to thank you guys, to thank all the presentations all this week, our interpreters, all the people that have been supporting us, including Michelle. Michelle, if you want to turn on your camera for a brief moment, then we can say hello and thank you to the woman behind the scenes. There you go. Hi, Michelle. It's good to see you.
Hello, everyone.
So this is the lady who has made the magic happening, technology behind the scenes. So now here we are learning more about the automated transcription. We will explore that for sure. Here we are at the end of things. Thank you to Ontario for your presentation. And let me take a brief moment also to go back and thank more generally Deafblind International, the Quebec Vision Research Network, and Tanne in Switzerland. And big shout out again to organizing and scientific committee, Frank Kat in the Netherlands, Mirko Bauer in Switzerland, Jude Nicholas in Norway, Saskia Dahmen in the Netherlands, and as you just saw, Michelle and me here in Canada. This was an adventure. So thank you to everybody. If you are still wanting to pose some general questions or some general comments about the webinar, I don't mind staying online a little bit longer. And I wish you all a wonderful, wonderful weekend. And I hope to see you at the next webinar, whenever that may be. Until then, take care, be well, wear a mask if you need to, and wash your hands. Take care. Bye.
Walter, I love that view.
Yes, we needed something a little bit different. It's been a week. There you go. All right, I think, Michelle, we're good to shut it all down. Thank you again for all your time. And until next time, bye.